invocation.
As we, the members of this commission, gather here today, we ask that we are ever mindful of opportunities to render service to our fellow citizens and to our community. Let us continue to strive to make a better world by always keeping in mind the enduring values of life, and let us exert our efforts in those areas upon which future generations may build with confidence.
Amen. All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Smith, would you call the roll, please?
Certainly. Commissioner Armbruster,
Here.
Commissioner Baumgardner, Commissioner Burling, Commissioner Bethel,
Here.
Commissioner Bridges,
Present.
Commissioner Darkpool, Commissioner DeAngelis, Commissioner Dunham,
Here.
Commissioner France, Commissioner Heydrich, Commissioner Herman,
Here.
Commissioner James,
Here.
Commissioner Martin, Commissioner Farr, Commissioner Ryan,
Here.
Commissioner Simpson, Commissioner Sketch,
Here.
Commissioner Snyder,
Here.
Commissioner Vaughn,
Here.
Commissioner Wigman. We do have a quorum.
All right, thank you very much. Let's see, for those in the audience here, we have a brief video that'll talk about our procedures for the evening.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this meeting of the Kenton County Planning Commission. Please listen carefully as we explain tonight's proceedings and how you may participate. For a written copy of these procedures, please refer to the Planning Commission's bylaws. Copies of that section can be found on the table at the back of the room. The Planning Commission's chair will open each public hearing item by reading its description. Our staff will then present facts and make a recommendation based on their investigations. Commission members may then pose questions to clarify those facts and recommendations. The Commission will then hear testimony from the applicant and the public. The applicant and those supporting the proposal will speak first. Those opposed and those who are neutral or who have questions will then be given the opportunity to speak. If you wish to have the option to speak, you must have registered by signing up at the back table. You can decide later if you want to speak. The chair will poll the audience for anyone wishing to speak on the matter. Only those persons who have registered to speak will be allowed to do so. When the chair calls your name, please come forward to the lectern and state your name, address, and affiliation. If you're part of a group, please consider having a spokesperson speak on your behalf. Once a point has been made by a speaker, it is not necessary to state it again multiple times. Stating that you are in agreement with the previous speaker's opinion is sufficient. Finally, speak into the microphone. This meeting is being recorded for broadcast on cable TV, so speaking clearly will help us hear you and guarantee that your comments are part of the record. Our chair will then provide the applicant and opponents time to rebut any comments, address concerns, and answer any questions. The Planning Commission will recess then for discussion. This gives members time to decide if they have what they need to make an informed decision. While this is an open discussion for all to hear, questions or comments from the audience will not be permitted while the public hearing is in recess. When members end their recess and reopen the hearing, they may ask for clarifications from staff or anyone who gave testimony. They will then close the public hearing and proceed towards a motion, a second, and a vote. Subdivision and waiver decisions are final and go no further. Text and map amendment decisions become recommendations that are sent on to elected officials in the jurisdiction where the site is located. These elected officials have the final say in zoning matters. Feel free to leave once the item in which you are interested has been heard. Items on tonight's agenda were advertised as required by law. Our staff posted a sign on the site and sent notices to property owners when required by state and local law. You do not have to have received one of these notices to speak. Everyone's comments are welcomed. Before we begin, please keep these rules in mind. There are two exits from this room. One is located at the rear of the room. The other is located in the alcove ahead and to your right. Under normal circumstances, please leave the room by the door through which you entered. Fire codes prohibit blocking these doors or the aisles. Please keep these areas clear of chairs and any belongings you may have brought with you. In an emergency, please use whichever exit is closest and use the stairwell outside this room to exit the building. Restrooms and a drinking fountain are available directly adjacent to the elevators. Smoking is not permitted in the building. Food and drinks are not permitted in the public section of this room. Please turn off your cell phone or set it to vibrate so as not to interrupt our proceedings. Thank you for joining us this evening. This process works because citizens like you step up and participate. If you have questions about our processes or issues heard this evening, please do not hesitate to contact our staff here at PDS.
All right, thank you. The important part there is to make sure if you want to have the option to speak on any of the matters this evening, that you're signed in and that you sign in on the right matter. Just because you sign in doesn't mean you need to talk. If somebody else makes the point that you want to make, or you otherwise decide you don't need to speak on the item, you can just say, I don't want to speak. But if you aren't signed in, you're not going to have the option to speak. All right, we'll hold off on that. Commissioners, you have in front of you our agenda. We'll entertain a motion to accept it.
I'll make a motion to accept the agenda as it stands.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Let's see. You have the November 6th meeting minutes in front of you. If you have any questions, if not, we'll entertain a motion to approve those minutes. Is there a second?
Second.
Let's see. First by Commissioner Bridges, second by Commissioner Ryan. Would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Bridges?
Yes.
Commissioner Ryan?
Yes.
Commissioner Sketch?
Yes.
Commissioner Snyder?
Yes.
Commissioner Vaughn?
Yes.
Commissioner Armbruster?
Yes.
Commissioner Baumgartner?
Yes.
Commissioner Bethel?
Yes.
Commissioner Dunham?
Yes.
Commissioner Heidrich?
Yes.
Commissioner Herman?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
And the minutes are approved.
All right. You have a report of revenues, expenditures, and sureties for October in front of you. If you have any questions, if not, we'll entertain a motion for approval.
I'll make a motion to approve the receipts and expenditures.
We have a second.
Second.
First by Commissioner Ryan, second by Commissioner Snyder. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. You have the report of last month's actions by staff, including subdivision plats and Stage 2 updates. Any questions? No action is necessary on that. We have no report of last month's actions. There were none for legislative bodies. So that brings us to our first public hearing of the evening. File number PC-25-0015-MA, Erlanger Map Amendment. The applicant is DBL Law per Lauren Wolf on behalf of Sierra Development LLC. The location is an area of approximately 2.55 acres located at the southwest intersection of Turkey Foot Road and Stevenson Road. The request is a proposed map amendment to the Erlanger zoning ordinance, changing the described area from R-CPS, Residential Compact Subdivision, to NC, Neighborhood Commercial. The summary is the concept development plan proposes an approximately 6,372 square foot convenience store and gas station with associated fuel pumps and canopy, 46 total parking spaces, stormwater detention area, 2 detached signs, landscaping, and 1 access point each from Turkey Foot Road and Stevenson Road. Mr. Sheets.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Cody Sheets with PDS staff. As stated, the applicant is proposing a map amendment to the Erlanger zoning ordinance, changing the described area from RCPS to NC. The concept development plan proposes a convenience store and gas station with associated fuel pumps and canopy, 46 total parking spaces, stormwater detention area, 2 detached signs, landscaping, and 1 access point each from Turkey Foot Road and Stevenson Road. The site is located in the suburban sub-area of the Kenton County Comprehensive Plan, and it is adjacent to the first ring suburban sub-area. The site is approximately 2.55 acres and is located on the southwest corner of the intersection of Turkey Foot Road and Stevenson Road. The site currently contains a daycare, which is permitted as a conditional use within the RCPS zone. The existing site includes a primary building, accessory buildings, and a playground to the rear of the main building. The surrounding area is predominantly suburban single and multifamily residential homes. This is an image from November 2025 looking north up Turkey Foot Road. This is an image from the same time period looking northwest at the existing daycare. This is an image looking southeast towards the intersection of Turkey Foot Road and Stevenson Road. Here we have a slightly closer view of that intersection. And here we have an image looking out from the existing entrance onto Stevenson Road. And one more of the daycare looking south. In 1994, Planning Commission gave an unfavorable recommendation to rezone the existing site from single-family residential to multifamily residential. In 1997, a conditional use permit was approved to construct a nursery school/daycare. The current zoning of the site is RCPS, and the surrounding area is primarily zoned single-family residential. The existing land use is institutional, and the surrounding area is a mixture of single and multifamily residential as well as open space. Stevenson Road is a major collector. Turkey Foot is a minor arterial. There are sidewalks located along both sides of Stevenson Road and Turkey Foot Road. The RCPS zone is intended to accommodate single-family residential neighborhoods comprised of smaller lots. The district may be used to provide a transition between lower density residential areas and multifamily commercial or central business district areas. The NC zone is intended to provide locations for a variety of commercial activities, including convenience stores and retail shops. Individual uses are typically under 20,000 square feet and may be distributed at key intersections or in close proximity to the neighborhood in which it serves. The applicant submitted the following site plan. In red, we have the property boundaries. In green, we have the 6,372 square foot convenience store and gas station. In yellow, we have the 7,150 square foot canopy, which will have 16 passenger car fueling positions. There will be stormwater management on the north side of the property, which we can see in blue, as well as 46 parking spaces, including 8 parking spaces with future EV equipment, 2 air spaces with signage, and 2 ADA accessible parking spaces. And in purple, we see the proposed 8-foot tall masonry dumpster enclosure. Here we see a continuation of that site plan. They're proposing 2 detached pylon signs, an air pump to the south in red. There'll be a pickup window and lane with app-based ordering, which is highlighted in orange. And there'll be a 6-foot tall privacy fence and landscape buffer along the rear of the property. The applicant has been in contact with KYTC, which allowed the Turkey Foot access to be a 3/4 entrance with no left out, and Stevenson Road to be restricted to right in and right out only. The applicant has also provided a traffic impact study. These were additional elevations submitted by the applicant after the staff report was submitted, showing the different sides of the building. Here's the rear and the side with the pickup window. Here we have a view of the canopy and pumps, as well as the proposed signs. Staff did conduct a full review of the comprehensive plan and finds the following areas of consistency. We do find that the proposed development will promote commercial redevelopment within close proximity to established residential neighborhoods, and the access to major roadways can accommodate both pedestrian and vehicular consumers, both locally and regionally. The property is situated at the intersection of a collector and arterial street with a nearby small commercial development located a half-mile up the road to the northwest. The proposed map amendment is consistent with the recommended land use, which does identify the site as commercial. The recommended land use map states that these areas are designated in locations with good levels of access to the transportation systems, utilities, and the residential areas which they serve. There is one small blue line stream along the western edge of the property and no developmentally sensitive areas. KRS 100.213 states that a map amendment must be in agreement with the comprehensive plan, or that the existing zone classification is inappropriate, or that there have been major changes that were not anticipated in the adopted plan. Staff is giving a favorable recommendation on the map amendment, changing the area from RCPS to NC. We do find that the proposed map amendment is generally in agreement with the adopted comprehensive plan, including the recommended land use designation, which identifies the area as commercial. The proposed development will promote commercial redevelopment near established residential neighborhoods and access to major roadways. The existing commercial site is a conditional use within the RCPS zone, but the proposed map amendment will allow for commercial redevelopment in an area identified as a future commercial corridor. The submitted concept development plan indicates a black decorative horse fence located in the front yard along Turkeyfoot and Stevenson Road, as well as along the western edge of the property that borders 1007 Stevenson Road, and what is the front yard along the southern edge of the property that borders 3426 Turkeyfoot Road, to match a fence located on the other three corners of the intersection. That fence is located in the public right-of-way on the other three corners. This will require a Board of Adjustment hearing to request an appeal to allow the wooden fence to be located in the front yard. Otherwise, the proposed fences in the front yard will not be permitted. And here we have Google Street views of those fences that you can see, which are there. As stated, those are in the public right-of-way, but that is what is being proposed on the site. And the fence would go in all of the areas with the brown line there. The Erlanger zoning ordinance lists allowed signs in the NC zone, which states that detached principal signs are subject to the following requirements. The concept development plan shows 2 proposed pylon signs, which as proposed would require Board of Adjustment approval or must alternatively meet the requirements listed in Table 11.1. While not required on the concept development plan, if approved, the following information is required with the final development plan applications. Drive-up or drive-through facility is a conditional use within the NC zone. So in order to have the proposed pickup window and lane, that would require a conditional use approval from the Erlanger Board of Adjustment. Section 4.05 of the Erlanger zoning ordinance lists use-specific standards for gas stations relating to light fixtures on canopies, the height of canopy, and the overall canopy fascia. The clearance height of the canopy should be clearly indicated. The submitted concept development plan did not show lighting details or the height or design of the canopy. What was submitted with the staff report, but if approved, that information will need to be submitted as part of the zoning approval process. There will need to be a photometric plan with the final development. Table 7.8 and 7.9 of the Erlanger zoning ordinance requires buffer yards for developing commercial uses adjacent to residential uses. In areas where a 6-foot tall fence is being provided, which is less than 50% open, it can be 15 feet. If no fence is provided, the minimum buffer must be 30 feet of vegetative material. There are alternative compliance measures within section 7.07, which can be discussed with the zoning administrator. If there are physically impossible or practical difficulties, an alternative compliance procedure may be used. The buffer yards to the south and west are currently showing areas which are not 15 feet, so they would need to show the need for alternative compliance or also go before the Board of Adjustment for that. Section 8.06 sets requirements for stormwater management. Section 8.09 sets forth standards for excavation, movement of soil, tree removal, and erosion. Those would all need to be shown with the final development plan. Section 10.17 states that all drive aisles used to access dumpsters shall be paved with heavy-duty asphalt. The final development plan will need to show the appropriate heavy-duty asphalt. Section 11 provides the type, location, and height of all signage. All signage details will need to be submitted with the final development plan and be in conformance with the zoning ordinance or require a Board of Adjustment hearing. And SD1 reviews developments that disturb 1 acre of land or greater. Sufficient information will need to be submitted with the final development plan. And I'd be more than happy to take any questions.
All right, any questions for Mr. Sheets? Nope. All right, thank you.
Well, I have a question, but it'll be probably better for the applicant.
Okay, sounds good. All right, before we call the applicant up, I'll just go through the list who I have signed up to speak, and I apologize if I mispronounce your name. I have Ken and Laura Stanberry, Diane Glass, Patrick Warnament, Elise Piper, Eric Boyd, Lisa Corpus, Diana Montavon, James Cartwright, Maria Cartwright, Joyce Huff, Kim Hybrock, Ted Shoemaker, Mark Braun, Ben Bach, Mark Collier, Terry Gunther, Karen Schneider, Karen Egan, William Stengel, Stephanie Bagley, Monica Soros, and Lynn DeMoss. Is there anyone else that wants to speak that I didn't call your name? Okay. All right, we'll call the applicant up.
Good evening, Lauren Wolf with DBL Law on behalf of the applicant. I know you all have probably a longer evening ahead of you, so I will try and be brief. I want to just hit a few items. This first slide, I think you saw it in staff's presentation. This is actually a concept drawing from the Lexington location, but according to some of the development team, it's almost exactly the same, so it's always nice to get a good visual. Oh, and I want to introduce who's with me as well. We've got Lisa Corpus, Patrick Warnament, who are with Wawa. We have Eric Boyd with CESO and Kirk Fairley with Capital Growth Buckhalter. So we've got everybody here that can answer any technical questions. Just if you're not familiar with Wawa, Lisa's going to give you some more detail, but it really is a convenience store with gas. It's nationally recognized. It's mostly on the East Coast. It's known for its good food, believe it or not, lots of community engagement and quality jobs. This is just another Google map, and there's just a couple things I want to emphasize. You can see where the existing building is, how it's towards the back of the property, and the existing ingress and egress. And there's really very little landscaping in the front. It's kind of patchy, but it's there along the back of the property. So I just wanted to highlight those as we can point out some other items. Again, you heard a lot about the project. Just want to highlight a couple things here. One, the pickup window. I had actually never heard of this, but it has no speaker. There's no ordering. There's no menu. It really truly is a window. You have to order on the app. You pull up to a window. The window opens. They hand you your food. Just another item is the non-intrusive lighting. We did not formally submit a lighting plan, but I do have some excerpts later from the preliminary plan. And again, just the stormwater management area and all the items that staff mentioned. Here's another shot of the site plan. And here I'll just point out, staff did a great job. I just want to highlight a couple things. The building, it's really pushing it forward more into the property and away from those residences in the rear. And really most of that development is all happening in the front towards Stevenson Road and Turkey Foot. Here's the lighting. Again, this is preliminary. It's not final. I also want to note that this doesn't include any of the landscaping. That's part of the reason it's not final, because needed to finalize the landscaping and incorporate that in. So this doesn't show any landscaping, but I think it is illustrative of how contained the light is. So just a couple things to highlight are it's all down lighting. and it's all shielded lighting, so the lights have shields on them. And if you have more questions, we've got the experts here. And again, the landscaping around, you'll see on another slide how much landscaping is going in and how much that will help shield that. I'm going to go ahead and flip to the next slide just in the interest of time. This is the landscape plan, and just on the previous slide that I just skipped just really highlights some of these items. So there's robust interior landscaping, 10 interior trees, 32 small trees, 132 large shrubs. All of the perimeter parking has ground cover islands and screening just integrated throughout, so it's not just trees and bushes lined up on the edge. Also the buffers, so you'll see just along those lines on the residential edges how much landscaping is there. And you can also see somewhat the sidewalks that are being integrated as well. And I think that's important just from the perspective of, we know Turkey Foot is a place where lots of people like to walk. They walk their dogs, and so the sidewalks are really going to help with that, and the internal sidewalks. So this isn't going to be, if you're taking a walk and you go in to get a cup of coffee, there is going to be walkable and safe pathways for the pedestrians. And also, I think it's notable that the landscaping, really made an effort to landscape every possible inch and really just put in as much as possible, in addition to meeting the code requirements. Yep, passed over traffic. I know everybody wants to hear about that. So we did submit a full traffic study with the application. So without getting into a lot of the data, really the conclusion was that there will be minimal impact. And, these are some of the large factors that went into it. But another item is that convenience stores like this that also have gas, they are not trip generators, which means I live in Covington, I worked in Covington. I'm not going to drive to Erlanger for gas and a cup of coffee or a sandwich. Most people that are utilizing this are the people that live around there, the people that are passing by to and from their work, which is why they typically really don't have a significant impact on traffic in the area. And some of these factors that the traffic study cites is the pedestrian infrastructure that helps mitigate that. So again, walkways connecting to the roads, the ample on-site parking. I think when you see that site plan and you see all the parking spaces, it really illustrates that this is a place, not just a place where people pull in, pump their gas and leave. This is a place where people are coming in, get something to eat, get a cup of coffee. So staff really went through this, so I'm not going to really reiterate all of that. But, as staff discussed, we believe we've met this criteria. The site plan's fully compliant. We've met the technical items. It aligns with the comprehensive plan and the intent behind the neighborhood commercial zone. And I do want to just mention the reference to the fencing. So the fencing along the front, that was actually a request from the city of Erlanger to help it incorporate into that corner. And that rear, Steph mentioned briefly about the rear fencing and the possibility for a variance. And those have been a part of an ongoing discussion, all with the goal of enhancing the visual of the property and also just maximizing that buffer between the property and the landscaping. So really the goal here is to do more, not less. So with that, we respectfully request your approval of the map amendment to neighborhood commercial. And now, unless you have any questions for me, I'd like to hand it over to Lisa Corpus, if that's okay, and she can just share a little more about Wawa.
Sure.
Hello, I'm Lisa Corpus with Wawa. I'm the real estate manager for Wawa. I'm tasked with finding the new locations for Wawa. My goal here tonight is to just give you a little overview of what Wawa is. So I always hear, what's a Wawa? Some of you are very familiar and some of you have never heard of it before, but we are an employee-owned and family-owned business based out of Philadelphia, or outside of Philadelphia, actually within Wawa, Pennsylvania. We have over 200 years in business. Our founding fathers, the Wood family, actually started in the textile industry and then pivoted to dairy and actually opened the Wawa Dairy in Wawa, Pennsylvania. And then in the late 50s, we opened our first convenience stores to service and sell our dairy products. That has morphed over years into a deli, coffee, obviously convenience as well. And then in the late 80s, we added fuel. So when Lauren said we're definitely more of a convenience store that happens to sell fuel, that's how we like to think of ourselves too, because the fuel option did not start until the late 80s. We are an ESOP program, so every associate that works at Wawa is an associate owner. And I think everyone that has walked into a Wawa can say that they feel a difference, that the employees care about the business. They truly treat it as an owner. And most convenience stores, their tenure for their employees is between 7 months, honestly, their turnover. Wawa's average tenure for our associates within the stores are 7 years. So just to give you a chance to see that the employees stay there, it's great employment. Each store employs around 35 to 40 employees. We have a very robust staff that are there serving your fresh baked food. Some people may have heard in the news, our bakery, actually, our bakery servicing the Midwest opened in Florence. So we have our own bakery partner that built their bakery here. All of our bakery items and pastries and breads are baked fresh daily here in Florence, and or not here, but in Florence, and then shipped to the stores daily. So you definitely have a fresh food offer that is, everything is fully customizable, built to order when you get to the store. And then we also are very entrenched in our communities. And we have shown this. I mean, we made the announcement over 3 years ago that we're coming to the Midwest and coming to Kentucky and Cincinnati, and we started partnerships with American Food, the food banks, the American Red Cross, the Special Olympics here. So we truly, when we open a new store, we open our hearts to the communities. 3 main focus areas are health, hunger, and everyday heroes for us. Really have a soft spot for the USO, the local heroes, which are your first responders, police, fire, and every one of our grand openings, which we had one this morning in Coleraine, is we have the competition between the local fire and the local police that build a hoagie. Wawa's known for our sandwiches, so we have our hoagie building competition, and then at the end of that, the winner gets the trophy for bragging rights, but then we also donate $1,000 to each of their local charity of choice. So main thing for Wawa is to really become a part of the community, service and serve those residents within there. We've chosen the location we have chosen because we really feel that it is a benefit for the neighborhood and for the residents of that area. So just wanted to wrap that up and give you a little background. So any other questions? You could go to me or Lauren.
Questions? Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else on the applicant team, or that's it? Okay. Yeah, Mr. Sketch.
On the plan, I'm not sure who wants to answer this. On the plan, you have the access on Stevenson's right in, right out. The access at Turkey Foot is a 3/4 with a right out. How do you get back down Stevenson Road?
Short answer, you can't. If you want to go left of the highway, you'd have to basically turn right on Stevenson and go up to 275.
Or if you're coming out on Turkey Foot, so one or the other, you gotta just get a turn around some way, correct?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? I just had a question. On the landscaping, and I know on the plan it talked about a 15-foot landscape buffer, that kind of the tightest spot to the houses. You've got the parking lot all the way up there? It appears, is it just like a 10-foot area where the landscaping would take place back there?
Let me flip that. Did I just pass that? Yeah.
Sure, I think we've got roughly 12 feet back there, and we intend on putting in the fence, as staff indicated, and are looking at some of those alternative compliance measures, since we're a couple feet short of the requirement.
Okay, all right, thanks. And I noted in the, I'm sorry. Yep.
Oh, sorry, I'm Patrick Warnement. I work for Wawa. Warnement. Yes, yes.
Thank you, I'm sorry.
Thank you. The other question I had is, I saw in the traffic impact study, it envisioned, kind of the comments here on, from your engineers. I guess it originally envisioned on Stevenson, you would have a left in there, right? Is that as well? Does it be 3/4 off of?
We were hoping to do a left out. We knew we wouldn't get the left in because it's so close to the intersection that stacking back to the intersection wouldn't be doable, but we had hoped to get a left out, but because of the dual left turn lanes going east there,
Okay.
there's a a visibility issue there where if somebody were to turn left out of our site, they might not even see westbound traffic on Stevenson, so we only got right in, right out there.
Okay. I mean, you don't see any issues with, I'm just thinking traffic coming, south here. They're going to essentially have to drive past it, right, to turn in. They're going to have to take a right off of Turkey Foot
Yes.
to get in there, right? So they
That's
have to
right.
go past the light to get in. You don't think that'll be a traffic issue?
No, I mean, we have that in a lot of our locations, and that's not an issue.
Can you think of any of those locations offhand that would be comparable?
Oh, geez. Oh, we've probably got quite a few of them.
Okay, all right.
But,
Not fair to put you on the spot. I
Yeah,
just thought if
sorry,
you knew it right off the top of your
yes,
head.
but that's not unusual.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Any other
Sure.
questions? Yeah, Mr. Armbruster.
How tall is the retaining wall in back?
That I don't know.
I'm Eric Boyd with CESO. It's about, at the highest point, about 6 feet.
Okay. Is that a stack wall or poured wall, or do you not know at this point?
Don't know at this point.
Any other questions? Yep.
Just,
Mr. Hodger.
I don't know if it's the applicant or for staff, but I've got the traffic study and the impact, but do we know what kind of flow occurs on both those roads, total flow, traffic flow on Turkey Foot and Stevenson? Just for perspective of not being a destination spot.
So you're looking at existing traffic flow?
Yeah, I'm curious what Turkey Foot produces, what Stevenson produces on a daily basis.
So if you go to page 11 of 38, there's an image there. You're not going to see it up there. It's in the traffic study itself. So eastbound on Stevenson, in the morning is 257, in the afternoon is 434.
Okay, that's flow in the road or anticipated flow into Wawa?
That's just existing flow in the road.
Into Wawa.
Into Wawa, what we anticipate, hang on, let me get that.
I saw Wawa. I'm curious about
So
this.
eastbound on Stevenson, we're looking at 12 in the morning and 5 in the afternoon.
Okay.
And then northbound on Turkey Foot, we're looking at 25 and 16. Southbound 12 and 20 coming into the site.
Any other questions?
I have one.
Yep, Mr. Ryan.
Just a question on the Board of Adjustments. It seems like there's quite a few Board of Adjustment requirements that would need to happen. Are any of those make or break that would make you not do the project, drive through, the signage, anything of that nature, if it didn't happen?
I mean, that's always a difficult question to answer. I don't think the drive, I mean, I don't know if that drive-through, I think all the other items are just things to work through. I can't speak right now as to the pickup window.
Yeah, Mr. Armbruster.
Yeah, one of the things, I think with a lot of the development, when you look at the signage and the impact on the area, this would be, to me, would look a lot nicer to do a ground mount sign and not go so high. I don't know what the height gives you, and I just think it's a classier look, especially through that corridor.
Sure. We understand that. I think we're allowed 20 feet. I think which is what we're showing, the square footage was the reason for the Board of Adjustment on these particular
I'm even
signs.
saying as a condition of the reason
Sure.
to reduce the height to a ground mount. 'Cause
Sure, we do monument signs pretty frequently. I mean, if we could maybe do one pylon sign, one monument sign or something like that, we'd be open to that, certainly.
Any other questions? All right, thank you. Okay, let's see, next up, we will go for Mr. Warnament, Mr. Boyd, and Ms. Corpus. Mr. Collier?
Good evening, Commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Just speaking today
you state
from
your name
Mark
for-
Collier, City Administrator, City of Erlanger.
Thank you.
Just speaking here today from a staff perspective, just wanted to give some context. Our communications with Wawa, the development team, has been very collaborative so far. They mentioned the black horse fence. That was a request of ours on the front end that they incorporated into the development plan right now. From my perspective, they've done a little bit more than what KRS is stating. They've put their own letter out to neighbors on Wawa letterhead. From our perspective, with what we've asked so far, what they've done in and above what is required, I feel like they will continue to do the things that Mr. Armbruster is kind of talking about in terms of how do we make this site a little bit better. So just a few things that we really liked from a city perspective so far, other than the additional notice, the collaboration currently. The site design benefits, the pedestrian safety, the sidewalks are a real benefit that we see from a city perspective, as well as that connectivity, the strong landscape buffering. I feel like they're going to do more than what is required there. So from our perspective, we are supportive thus far. So that's the only context that we wanted to provide just from a staff level.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Collier? Yeah, Mr. Armbruster.
Yeah, one other question. On the retaining wall and back, would you look at a decorative facade if it was stamped concrete or something like similar to what Kroger did?
Yeah, and I think too, whether that's conditions now or through the BOA process, which we have on that we facilitate on our own as well, we are very comfortable putting those conditions in, and I also feel comfortable that we're going to have a collaboration partnership to try to get to that type of end result.
Great. All right. Any other questions? All right. Thanks, Mr. Collier. Okay. Next, we'll call the folks that are against. Ken and Laura Stanberry.
Ken Stanberry, S-T-A-N, as in Nancy, B as in boy, A-R-Y.
Your address?
3513 Jacqueline Drive in Erlanger. Our residence is on the back side of the proposed plan. It'd be on the lower left part of the what you see there. So we would be on the back side of the current daycare. Couple questions is what would happen to the current daycare? And we have what we had.
This area right here, this is ours.
Yeah.
Where they showed the overview and you can see the two
Yeah.
trees.
We
That's
need.
our back property.
Okay, that's fine. We need just one person to be speaking at a time at the mic, so, yeah.
And, so that was question number one. Question number two, if I were to go to, if this ever happened, that's like about a 1 block drive for us. I'm sorry, I wouldn't want to go and come in and then have to go and 5, 6, 7, 8, how many blocks to go out of Turkey Foot and come in and turn around to go back home, That would be very, very inconvenient for us. And also, like, even though that daycare's there, it's very, very peaceful. It's very, very quiet. So it's nice and peaceful in the backyard. It's nice, it's dark, and it's very peaceful for us. And we get, well, I'm not a deer hunter. I know a lot of people are, and we get the deer families that come and visit our backyard all the time, and we'd not want that to impact the deer families coming through. I know, and like with the trash and everything, that would probably bring rodents, and we know convenience stores also get robbed, and we wouldn't want the suspect, if you would, to come and run away and climb over into our backyard. That would definitely invade our privacy, and that would be a couple of things that I would want to point out. I don't know if my wife has anything else to add.
If you'll state your name and address for the record.
Laura, Laura, Stanberry, STA, and as Nancy, B as in boy, ARY, 3513, Jacqueline Drive, Erlanger, Kentucky. I have so many mixed feelings. Anger was the first thing when I saw the card because of it being, like you said, in our backyard. I don't know if you have lost children, but we lost our oldest daughter, and that was the last place she was with us. It was a car accident, January of 24. January 1st, she was going home to Columbus, Indiana. I can't leave that. But I can't stand to have all of our peacefulness disrupted. It was our first house. We bought it for our forever home. We don't want to give up our forever home, but we don't want all this garbage in our backyard. Thank you.
Any questions for the Stanberries? Mr. Stanberry, you asked the question, what would happen to the daycare? And the applicant can correct me, but I'm assuming that, prior to their development, that the building would be removed and they would, so.
I mean, I just know a lot of our neighborhood children are going to that daycare, and
Right.
I just, that would be inconvenient for them to have to find another place.
Thank you. Diane Glass.
Hi, my name is Diana Glass, and I live at 3808 Gregory Lane, Erlanger, Kentucky. I sent a letter to the commissioners, and so I won't read the entire letter, but I'll give you a copy of it in case you didn't receive it in time. But I want to express my strong opposition to the proposed zoning change for construction of a Wawa store at the corner of Stevenson and Turkey Foot Road, which is a residential neighborhood. While I understand the value of commercial growth and the convenience that such a store can offer, this particular location is not appropriate for a high-traffic 24-hour commercial establishment. It would increase traffic. I drive it every day, so I know what the traffic is. The traffic studies they really don't reflect what the traffic is like there. I've seen numerous accidents at that intersection, and adding another in and out at that intersection is not good. Secondly, there is a market, private market, gas station, coffee shop, a restaurant right down the street, a block away. We don't need a Wawa. We have privately owned businesses that are thriving, and that's what we like. We like it that way. We don't want to be another Dixie Highway. 24-hour businesses bring noise, light pollution, trash, late night activity that's incompatible with a residential area. There's also concern about the environmental impact that will bring, stormwater runoff, parking lots instead of grass. And then, like I said, our community values small, locally owned businesses. I understand Wawa is supposed to be a family-owned business. They're not a family in Erlanger. They don't live here. They don't know what we want. For these reasons, I urge you to not pass this zoning change. The daycare is needed in that area. Maybe the guy owning the land wants to get rid of the land. I don't know. I don't know those things. But we really do not need a Wawa in that area. It's residential. And I've spoken to many of my neighbors, many that live on Misty Creek, right down the street from where the Wawa is proposed to go up. They don't want it. They were not able to be here tonight. There are people here from the Enclave, which built brand new homes right across the street. They don't want it. So there's many people that don't want it. I don't know why a business would want to come where they are not wanted. And this is a copy of my letter. I don't know who I should give that to.
Let's see. We have,
You have the
we
original?
have yours. Yep.
Do you have any questions to me?
Any questions for Ms. Glass? No, thank you. All right, let's see, Elise Piper.
Hello, I'm Elise Piper. I live at 1273 Brightleaf Boulevard, Erlanger, Kentucky. I am a mom of two. I am also a representative of small business, so I understand what it's like to run a business. And, you know, growth is acceptable, but I agree that this is not the right place to do that. My youngest daughter does attend the daycare. She has started there in August. She's 1.5. She's in the toddler program. They do an excellent job there. My oldest is 5. She's in kindergarten. She's also doing well. This is my personal first experience with a daycare, and I believe that they're doing a great job. So I just wanted to put that out there first, that they're serving our community well. I'm requesting that the Planning Commission will disapprove this zoning change. And the reason for that is we don't need it, but the main thing I want to go into, because we've already heard that today about all the businesses that are in the area, those are small businesses. You know, Wawa is a family-owned business, but it's not a small business. We do have a coffee shop, like you said. We've got restaurants, there's convenience stores. They're very close, right there on Stevenson Road. So I wanted to kind of go into the economic impact, because Wawa, I did have some questions. Wawa says that there will be 35 to 40 employees. But what I want to know is, what is the full-time equivalency of those employees? So if we have 35 to 40 workers, I would assume majority of those would be part-time. So that my question would be, what is the full-time equivalency of these positions? And why would those positions be valued over the current positions that are being held at the daycare by those 12 staff members? There are approximately 50 children that are enrolled in this daycare. Those families would also be impacted if they did not have a daycare. You know, lots of families, just think about it. You got working family, you got to put your kids somewhere. And if they're not in school age, you only have so many options. So far we're up to, 50 kids, that's 50 families. We've got 15 school-age kids that are in their summertime program. So this is all coming from the director of the daycare, which I, firsthand wanted to ask her. So if you add that all together, you're looking at over 70 families in the community that would be impacted if this daycare were to close. And according to the director, they do have families that utilize state assistance programs. So in the area, there aren't other daycares that, they don't always accept that. So that's also going to be putting a hardship on those families as well. So I don't know within the 50 children that are enrolled, I don't know the number that utilize that, but it's a fact that there are families that need that. The physical impacts. That daycare runs 7 a.m., 6 p.m., Monday through Friday. They're closed on Saturday and Sunday. Right now, we're proposing a 24-hour business. That just is not going to fit in. It doesn't, that's just, it's not right. And if you don't drive down Turkey Foot every day, you don't realize how much traffic there is. Because of Industrial Road being further south, you have more traffic that goes down there that have bigger vehicles. So, down Turkey Foot, you'd have passenger vehicles, and then you also have big semi-trucks that come down. I think that with this traffic study, it was almost painted with an idealistic view instead of a realistic view. We know how people drive. They're not going to go all the way around the block. Somebody's going to be too late to go, wherever, so they're going to take a left-hand turn in a semi-truck, Could hit them, I don't know. That's a very real possibility. I'm not saying that we should be responsible for bad drivers, but they exist. So I think just looking at it as, this is how people would potentially drive, we need to look at how people are actually driving. I enjoy the 3-mile stretch between on Turkey Foot between Dudley and Industrial. It's homes, schools, and churches. I think this would socially impact our community because you have Dixie Highway that's about 1.5 miles away. So if you want all the hustle and bustle, you want to go shopping, you want to eat, you want coffee, you want gas, you want whatever, you're going right over to Dixie Highway. You're not doing it on Turkey Foot. And my concern is if you do this here and then you start to rezone down Turkey Foot, where is it going to end? It's going to be a Wawa, then it'll be what? What's next? So if you continue this development, it's just concerning. I think it's not a good trend. And with that, I think there's other empty lots in Kenton County. I think there's other places that would be able to support a Wawa. I just don't think that it's right there. So I guess my main question would be for that calculation of full-time equivalency. If we don't look at that for the jobs, then what is the economic impact of the community? Because so far, it's negative because we're taking the potential of 35 to 40 jobs. We didn't say that they were full-time jobs. We just said 35 to 40 people. We don't know what those positions are and why are those valued more than the current lives that are going to be impacted. And I did submit a letter.
Oh, you finished? I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did submit a letter so that you guys have that, but yeah, that's.
My comment is that the owner of the property is selling this. This has nothing to do, the planning commission has nothing to do with this owner deciding to sell that property. Wawa isn't taking that property. Nobody's taking that property. That owner is selling that property. Any complaints you have about that should be with the owner of that property. But this is a land use issue, and that owner has that ability to do that. And that's not, and the other thing is we're just a recommending body. We recommend to the city of Erlanger. They make the final decision. But this has nothing to do with whether it's a daycare or whether it's a Wawa on the ownership. They're selling it.
Okay.
So you need to talk to the owner of the daycare and ask them why they're selling it.
I would like to know why are we wanting to rezone to neighborhood commercial? I just believe that
that's a fair question, but
long term, that would be my major concern.
That's a fair question, but it has nothing to do with the ownership of that property being sold. I mean, they're making that decision to sell it. If they didn't want to sell it, Wawa wouldn't be here. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Piper?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see. Next up, Diane Montavon.
Good evening. My name is Diane Montavon, M-O-N-T-A, V as in Victor, O-N. I live at 3511 Jacqueline Drive. Ken and Laura are my next door neighbors, so I'm right there next to her. I moved here 5 years ago after my husband died so I could be near my grandkids. What worries me is homelessness, homeless people coming to try to get warm, rats because of the garbage. I really enjoy the daycare and the kids, and I do understand that you say the owner of the property wants to sell. And I understand that the lady who owns the daycare didn't know anything about this. So I don't know how that goes. Is there going to be I have a question. Is there going to be semi-pumps at this Wawa? Or is it just going to be regular gas pumps?
We're going to keep a rolling list of the questions and, yeah.
Okay. Also, regarding the traffic, probably a good 6 months or so ago, there was a young man in the wheelchair that always waved hi to everybody, and he was hit because of the traffic on Turkey Foot. We don't need more traffic on Turkey Foot. Coming down Stevenson, there's that curve there, right where the daycare, where you come out and then there's a little bit of a curve. I'm coming out of Jacqueline, I can't see anybody until they come around that curve. They're already coming down that road way too fast. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention, because I guarantee you say that they're going to have to turn right. Unless you put some kind of fence up in the middle of the road to keep them from turning left, there's going to be some idiot there's going to be someone out there that's going to turn left. I agree with Diana, with everything she said, and I want to thank you for your time, but please object to this. We don't need it.
Any questions for Mrs. Montavon? All right, James Cartwright.
My name is James Cartwright, C-A-R-T-W-R-I-G-H-T, 3474 Turkey Foot Road. I've been a resident of Erlanger for 70 years. These three previous women pretty much said everything I wanted to hear. All I have to add is that as far as gas stations goes, there's about a dozen within a 2-mile radius of that corner. Fast food also. It is a dangerous street as it is. I walk it almost daily. I walk from my house, which is about 4/10 of a mile south of that corner, up to about Walker Road, if you know where that is in Edgewood. I have only seen a couple of accidents, but traffic is terrible. I have seen numerous daily, almost daily, on my daily walks, people blowing that stoplight. They may say it's yellow, but it's red. It's a very dangerous spot, and the previous speaker was correct about Stevenson Road being also dangerous, especially down at the curve and you cannot see the traffic. It's a bad spot. And where I live, if I wanted to go there, I'd have to go through subdivisions to get there so I could make a right-hand turn. I couldn't make a left. Not that I want to go there. I would never go there if it shows up. And I do realize that the big force behind this is Erlanger lost Kroger, and now they want to get some tax money out of this one. I'm 100% sure that's a big part of it. And I really don't have anything else to say except I'm against it, of course.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Cartwright. Maria Cartwright. All right, she's electing not to speak. Joyce Huff. That was Maria Cartwright. Joyce Huff.
Hi, my name's Joyce Huff, 1220 Brightleaf Boulevard, Erlanger. Boulevard, Brightleaf. I've lived in this area my entire life. I've traveled Turkey Foot Road 50 years. Stevenson Road, 50 years. Stevenson Road's very dangerous, And I do understand that the city of Erlanger is proposing to resurface Turkeyfoot, or Stevenson, I'm sorry, but are they going to widen it? The bend where these people were talking about at Jacqueline is very dangerous, especially when there's snow. I've been stuck on that hill behind cars that cannot get up and cannot get back. So I think it's ridiculous to bring traffic out on that. I'm here to tell you that the traffic on Turkeyfoot at that intersection is terrible. My brother almost lost his life, was in intensive care, sitting at that intersection, and a car coming in the opposite direction, hit him head on, sent him flying back all the way out to this other gentleman's property up into his tree. The force was that hard. There was nowhere to go. Tonight, as I was driving here, as I was coming through that intersection, there was an ambulance sitting right there in that intersection. I couldn't see what was going on, but that intersection of Turkeyfoot and Stevenson is really bad. So my question is, if you come out and you have to turn out, you have to turn right, you can't turn left, then this is going to impact Turkeyfoot Road because people are going to be pulling out on Turkeyfoot and find a place to turn around. So where do they propose these people turn around? Is this now going to affect other communities, say Enclave, Misty Creek, Jacqueline Drive, Woodland Hills? Is that where we're going to have to turn now in order to make a turnaround to get back onto Turkeyfoot to go the way we need to go? Or Stevenson? Then that impacts other traffic. That's another problem coming out. So then how are you going to get out of Woodland Hills? You got to cross the highway. And I can attest almost daily anymore, and this happened today again, whenever I-75 is backed up going into Florence, you have tractors and trailers, bumper to bumper, not always, a lot. Tractors and trailers are on Turkeyfoot Road, heading that direction right past Stevenson. You have the daycare, you've got Turkeyfoot School, Kaywood School, and I forget what the name of the school is up off of Stevenson Road. But you've got all these schools, and you've got all this congestion coming at various times of the day. I propose that whoever did the traffic assessment did not do it at the right time. And I can also say that we had the same issue at Brightleaf, where there's finally a traffic light, where it was said, yes, it was assessed, they didn't need one. Well, when they came back, and that was fought, they came back and they assessed it, they definitely needed one at Brightleaf. So we now do have a stoplight going up to Brightleaf. There again, I almost got hit from a car who ran that stoplight. Turkeyfoot Road at sometimes can be a drag strip. And I just don't understand the proposal how you have to turn out and you can only go right. So where are you going to go? It's a big inconvenience to all the people who live in that area and who travel Turkeyfoot and Stevenson Road. So Stevenson Road is just so narrow. And like people said, that bend is very dangerous. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Kim Heimbrock. And just in the interest of time, a lot of these are recurring themes. If you could just, there's no harm just saying that, you agree with the prior statements as well.
I need that screen up for a second. Anyway, sorry. My name is Kim Heimbrock, 3405 Southway Ridge, Erlanger. There are a couple of, people mentioned a lot about the traffic, and I agree with everything they've said so far, but I wish that screen was up because I'd like to show you why this is important to me. There's a turn lane on Turkeyfoot, and we live, sorry, I don't know where it all went. I need the map.
I think Andy's there, so.
Sorry, it just went away when I moved them.
you today.
I'm seeing it on my, it's just not on those.
Okay. The display is off.
So I can see it here, so it's,
No.
Okay, never mind. Don't worry about it. Sorry. I'll do my best to explain it. I just wanted to see the map of that building. Sorry. I don't know where it is either.
Sarah.
That's all right. I'll just move on.
We gotta get that figured out anyway. I don't know.
Sorry. First of
What?
all, we live about, I don't know, a couple hundred feet from where that intersection is. The Enclave is that newer neighborhood. They're off of Turkeyfoot. And we're just a block or so from where this Wawa would be built. Part of the problem that we have there, when we come out, pretty much any time of day, it might be okay maybe around 11 o'clock in the morning, maybe till about 2. But any other time of day, if you want to turn left, you can't. Like people talked about the traffic, but none of you live there. I have some neighbors that are here tonight. They can explain it. But unless you live there, you don't understand how difficult that is. So now you're saying that the Wawa will be on the corner. Everybody needs to turn right out of there. Where are they going to turn around? Our street. Our little street of 29 houses, or the next street that has 19 houses. Both of the Enclave 1 and Enclave 2 are small, dead-end streets. So we have a problem getting in and out of our neighborhood already. It's dangerous, and like the man talked earlier, I walk Turkeyfoot all the time. I get off of Turkeyfoot as fast as I can because there's accidents. People go 65, 75. One guy called it the Turfway 100. You get passed in the, they use the turn lane to pass you. If you're going 45, you're in trouble. I mean, I gotta stay way over to the right to not get hit. So we can't get in and out. We have to use that turn lane sometimes just to get out if we want to turn left and go to the Little Remke's or down to, toward the other end of town. So it's already a danger zone. It's nasty. It's scary. And I've got grandchildren driving now. They won't even go that way. I told them, I said, do not turn left out of my street. You're going to have to go down, take Dudley, and go another way. It's too dangerous. So we've talked a lot about that. But I also noticed, and I only got notice of this a couple of days ago by a neighbor from another neighborhood. But what I did read is that there was no study turning left into that Wawa. That wasn't part of the study, and that's where we live. We live there. We live just in front of that. So it's terrible now. I can't imagine what it's going to be like if there's a Wawa on that corner. So we vehemently oppose any kind of development on that corner that's a 24-hour. And, they talk both ways, too. Like, it's great. You're going to go get sandwiches and bakeries and coffees. Oh, but don't worry. It's only going to be the people that drive by there. Not according to your commercials. I mean, not the stuff that you see. I mean, you can't have it both ways, that it's not going to draw people in. But, it's only going to be the same local traffic. I seriously doubt it. So I'm emotional about it because I've seen a lot of accidents. I've been on the road where stuff is flying off cars and almost hit me. I've seen dogs get hit, the deer are laying on the side of the road. So I just beg you to take a look at what people actually go through that live there, and don't just take the word of some, commercial that you just heard about the coffee and the donuts.
All right.
So, any questions?
All right.
Sorry.
Yeah. All right. No questions. Thank
Okay.
you. Mr. Schumacher? Is there like a power for the screens? Because it's running through here. can we have, can Mr. Schumacher, yeah, just, I'd like to keep it moving along while
Okay.
you're trying to figure it out.
Patrick, do they have video across the hall?
I'm Ted Schumacher. I live at the Enclave. I learned of this from Linda back here, that lives back in Brightleaf. Had it not been for her, those of us in the Enclave would not have been here. She drove down our street, her garage door was up, she rang the doorbell, and then from there the conversation went. I got information, shared it with the Enclave. We contacted our HOA person, Kim, contacted our Crossgate, or is it Stonegate? They sent the email to both enclaves out. That's why we're here. I'm totally opposed to it. Two things. Everything that everybody said is accurate. I'm an early riser. I travel often in the morning. I'll go to a Catholic Mass, 6:30. From my work career, I was always an early riser. Sometimes I run the Kroger's. The two things is the traffic. One day I saw an Erlanger policeman coming out of the Enclave where we live, and I stopped and talked to him, and he said, "Oh, don't you know, we call this the Turkey Foot 100. I said, "What?" He said, "Yeah, this is the Turkey Foot 100. We've clocked people going over 100 mile here." And he's the traffic Erlanger policeman that does all the traffic, pulls over the most people. So there is a traffic speed problem on Turkey Foot. The second thing is when I leave early in the morning, you don't know how many times I've come south and I can't get in the turning lane because I got traffic coming at me. And often I get in last minute in the last week, and I was going to try and pull it from my camera inside my car, but I had to flash my bright lights to keep somebody from coming at me because they couldn't turn into our street. And then additionally, you have the heavy traffic coming at us. But the main thing is, if you're going to put this business in, they're going to start turning into that turning lane way ahead of time, and we're not going to be able to turn into our street. We're going to have to go further south, turn around somewhere, and then come back in. And in the morning, I've encountered traffic in the turning lane as far back as the second Enclave, 2 and 3 and 4 cars coming into that turning lane. So that's my main thing is the traffic. They said they did a traffic study. I said it was Wawa, or I don't think it was a good traffic study based on the issues we've seen. So based on the traffic, the speed on the interstate, I think at another location, yeah, would probably be a good asset to Erlanger or whatever, but not at that intersection.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Braun.
Yeah, Mark Braun. I live at 3439 Treeside Court, which is the Enclave 2. We have 19 homes there, valued at more than what this building is going to be. But everything everybody said I agree with, and I think the main thing is the traffic issue. And it's kind of besides that, I think you got kind of a square peg in a round hole type situation. It doesn't fit our community. When you drive up Turkey Foot Road, you see all the beautiful houses right and left, mansions and this and that. Wawa. You know, that just kind of throws you off when you see that. And, you know, we're worried about property values, things like that. We want our neighborhood to, you know, have the services it needs, which somebody, you know, mentioned we already have them. It looks like a beautiful store. I'm sure you guys, you know, you're putting a lot of them in all around the country, and they look nice, just don't think it would really work here. And traffic-wise, what they were saying, I agree. I mean, this thing looks like it should be on a civil engineering, you know, case study when you look at this thing. I don't know why you would want to build it here, just looking at that. When you saw Stevenson Road and and the curve there, and you're not going to be able to let people, you know, turn left on it, and, you know, they're going to be turning right out onto Turkey Foot Road. When they built that suicide lane on Turkey Foot Road, to the right of where the Wawa's going to be, that was for us. I mean, that's so we can turn into our street. Now it's going to be for anybody. And the anybody is going to be the people at the Wawa who say, shit, I can't turn on Stevenson. I'm going to turn down Turkey Foot. They're going to get the suicide lane. And if they don't turn down our street, they're just going to do a U-turn right in the middle of Turkey Foot. And it's going to happen. And I don't know how you're going to stop people from taking a left onto Stevenson either. Because, you know,
Can you
you
speak
can
in
put
the
up
mic?
what you want.
Speak in the mic. Yeah.
But, you know, that's gonna happen too, and, you know, you're gonna have people, coming up that hill, they're not gonna see them, boom, people coming down the other way. Not expecting somebody to take a left there, but, yeah, I just think, you know, from an engineering standpoint, that's a nightmare. I would find another lot that has, you know, straight streets, four corners, you know, you can turn any way you want. This is so limited. You know, you guys got to foresee as planning people too, potential problems. I know it's not your responsibility for people driving terribly, but you can foresee it. If you can foresee something, and we're 5 years down the road and 3 people were, you know, injured or hurt or killed in accidents, you know, the county doesn't need the liability. Wawa doesn't need the liability of putting us through when it just created a dangerous situation.
All right, thank you. Really, we still have another 6 folks, 7 folks, just in the interest of time. We've heard you loud and clear on the concerns regarding the traffic and the traffic flow. So if you could try and not be repetitive on those points and be as brief as you can. Mr. Bach.
Good evening. My name is Ben Bach, 10112 Meadow Glen Drive, Independence. Just 3 quick points. One, the zoning, it's a slightly permanent change, so trying to match it to, generally, I would think you would want to try to match it to the other adjacent zonings. So commercial doesn't exactly fit in here. The business usage of the current usage is very temporary, transitory, early morning, afternoon pickup, and that's it. So it doesn't have much impact. 24-hour business does change the traffic pattern there substantially, as everyone has already said. The lack of barrier for adjacent residents is a concern for me. They say that they're going to put trees. That's fine, but what kind of trees? Is it going to be substantive, actual trees that are going to help block the sight, the sound, the light, the noise? The other bits are, like they said, the run-on traffic impacts of there could be mitigations be put in place, but then those mitigations will cause issues. I think Wawa's a great company. Hats off them for being employee-owned. They do good stuff. I just think that this is just not the right location, unfortunately, for them to come to our area in this particular instance for all the reasons that everyone has already stated.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Mr. Bach. Terry Gunther.
Terry Gunther, 1010 Stevenson Road. If you get the bottom of my driveway, I'm 10 steps away from where they want to put the gas station. I'm just going to reiterate the most for me is, I can't believe more people didn't bring it up, the value of my house. That's going to bring the value of my house down, looking at a gas station. The lighting, it's going to light my house up like a Christmas tree. I literally live across the street, was born and raised, my dad built the house, lived in Merillar, came back after they passed away and bought that house. So the land itself was my grandparents' land that the daycare sits on. So I'm huge on the value of my house going down with the gas station. The lighting, and when you turn left out Wawa off of Stevenson, my driveway is right there. I'm very concerned about already pulling out of my driveway how it is, more or less all the traffic that will be coming through there. So that's the biggest thing. And then I go to work around 7 o'clock. I leave my house. You get up on Turkey Foot's backed up past the intersection, from the intersection, the 4-way intersection to the expressway. I have to go back roads and go down Dudley, go through subdivisions, which more people will do because there's going to be more traffic. I go through subdivisions to get onto Dudley to miss all the traffic to get to my work with it. So the traffic is horrendous. The 4-way intersection is horrendous, and it's going to really affect me. I do not want it. I don't care what gas station it is. It's not the place for a gas station to be.
All right, thank you. Ms. Egan?
I agree with everything.
Ms. Egan's electing, not Karen Egan, electing not to speak. Will Ann Stengel? Stephanie Bagley?
Stephanie Bagley, 3415 Misty Creek Road, Erlanger, Kentucky. I just want to say I agree with everyone previously about the traffic. I want to know what you guys are going to do to prevent people from turning left, even though they're just right. Right across from my work, there's a right turn only. Everyone turns left out there. So what are you guys going to do to prevent that from happening? Because people don't abide by the laws. And then if they're not going to do that, they're going to turn around in our neighborhoods. How are you going to prevent that? Are you guys going to police more? It's going to cost the community more money just to police the people. And then the day before Thanksgiving, right on Turkey Foot, right past Misty Creek, someone took out a sign and their bumper was sitting on the side of the road. So people are already driving crazy and fast. We don't need more traffic. And then my husband's an avid runner. I walk. My husband running. People already just on running up Stevenson on those side streets. People have tried to hit him. So more traffic on coming out Wawa. Cars don't look at pedestrians. So it's just, we don't need any more traffic here.
All right, thank you. Ms. Soros.
Monica Soros, T-S-O-R-A-S, 3384 Woodland Hills Drive in Erlanger. I'm here to speak for Erlanger because 37 years ago, we moved in. We were the first people to build to buy a house on Woodland Hills Drive. Turkey Foot was a two-lane road. We loved it. It was, you know, suburbia, but quiet. So we raised 3 kids, took them to school every morning down Stevenson Road, up Stevenson Road, snow, ice, whatever. So in 37 years, I don't really think I've seen progress from 2 lanes to 4 lanes to 5 lanes. I've seen houses. I've seen progress. But this would not be progress because it would devalue that whole area of residential along Erlanger. Erlanger is known for its residential quality. I have to say, I came here tonight to see what the traffic pattern would be, and it was explained, so I won't repeat it. But I think Wildwood would be very disappointed how many people would be stopping there because the flow, we're 3 houses down on Woodland Hills Drive. The flow is from south to north, mostly, in the morning.
You stay near the mic.
I'm sorry. The flow is from south to north, the heavy flow, because people are all going in. Those people cannot go to the Wawa because there's no left in. Then you turn left on Stevenson, there's no left in. So I think Wawa would be disappointed, except for the people who are going to be breaking the rules. I agree with all those people that have said that. I think that's all I have to say. I think it would just devalue all the property along Turkey Foot. And I'm here because I love Erlanger and I want it to stay the beautiful town that it is.
Ms. DeMoss.
Hi, Lynn Demoss, D-E-M-O-S-S, 3920 Narrows. So even though I live on Narrows, which is only a little over a mile away, I also have property at 3510 Turkey Foot. I spend a lot of time there. It's across from the Enclave. As it's been pointed out, the traffic is so dangerous. Instead of looking at that traffic study, look back at the police reports and the police tickets. I grew up across the street from this. The majority of my life has been right across the street on Stevenson. And the amount of deaths that I have seen or been around from, this started in '69, hard to believe. I know I don't look that old, but in '69, we did not have a light. We fought and fought for that light. Unfortunately, there were many deaths before that ever happened. Now we have the light, is what's been said. People run it. There's still accidents all the time. So we're talking about going from south to north. But when you go from north to south, once you get that light, there's only a couple hundred feet where they're going to be turning in right to this Wawa, which I do think they have a wonderful product. but it's not gonna work there. The traffic's gonna be so backed up, you won't even be able to get through the light. They're gonna be stuck. There's only a few hundred feet there. Maybe 5 cars can fit at the most. So again, I really worry about the traffic. And once again, if there was a need, but we talk about small businesses, there are so many gas stations, so many convenience stores, the bakery, the food, all within a mile and a half there. So again, please look at that traffic. It would be too dangerous. Thank you for your time.
All right, that's all I have signed up to speak. We do have several letters to put into the record. First is an email from Kevin Barnes, who's opposed to this. That is Exhibit A. We have a email from Martha Barnes, also raising concerns about the traffic.
Brian?
Yeah.
One more person signed up.
Things they signed up.
Who would that be?
You said my name, you said all the people that signed up, it was Karen Schneider.
I did. Oh, there was no X in the box, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's why I missed it. Ms. Schneider, come up with it. Are you for, against, or neutral?
Against.
Okay.
Karen Schneider, I live at 3407 Southway Ridge, Erlanger, Kentucky. And I really wanted just to get in the record that the study, the traffic study that is done by the CESO says that the impact of the traffic study would be, let me see, I got it on my phone here. I can't find it now. The impact of the study would be 5,532 trips per day over a period of time. So that would be 253 additional cars every day. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay.
But I think the traffic would be a terrible.
All right, thank you. Okay, sorry to miss you there. Just looking at the list of people who had checked that they were opposed. All right, Exhibit C, it's an email from Karen Braun, also raising concerns about traffic. Diana Glass, who was here, submitted a letter similar issues. Exhibit D. Terry Linder, raising concerns about increased traffic and lighting as well. That is Exhibit E. David Orm, high volume of traffic, plenty of other gas options. Exhibit F. Exhibit G is an email from Gary Sparks talking about congestion as well on Turkey Foot. Message from Florence Tandy. Let's see. Traffic concerns. Marcella Villarreal. Also, let's see, concerned about the well-being of the enclave and increased traffic. Let's see, Sandra Lake Baxter, Exhibit J, general opposition. Beth Wolfak, also concerned about traffic and the daycare being displaced. Let's see, Elise Piper, who also spoke, also submitted a letter that would end as a record. That is L. All right. Okay, we've got that all in. We had no one signed up as neutral, and I'd like to invite the applicant back up to give their response. maybe we could start with just some of the questions that we'd asked, and then you feel free to respond about anything else that could go.
Sure. If you need to keep working, feel free. Just wanted to make a couple quick comments. One about the daycare, Commissioner Sketch, as he said, Wawa and the group, they do not own the property. They are under contract to purchase it. We've been in constant communication to the seller to really encourage that communication. For example, we worked really hard to make sure, do everything we can to request that the seller notify the daycare before we submitted this application, so there are no surprises. We've also offered to work with the daycare in terms of timing. So, daycare use during the spring, can we do it when after school closes? Anything we can do to help facilitate that transition. Also, just a couple quick comments, and I think Patrick Warnerman can speak a little more to some of the ingress and egress. So, the traffic study was done before going through the process with the Kentucky Department of Transportation. So, and just one clear point is that there are no changes happening to Stevenson Road or Turkey Foot. That's just obviously not something in our control, or the signal. However, those ingress and egress points, the left turns and right turns, those are all requirements from the Department of Transportation. Those are really things, they can talk a lot more about this. It was many, many months of what Wawa would prefer and what their view is, but this is what KYTC requires. So with that, I'm going to let Patrick address some of the other questions.
Hello. We do have, I should clarify, there is a southbound right turn lane on Turkey Foot into our site. So there will be a deceleration lane for people entering our site to get over there. That was part of the recommendation from the traffic study.
Let's see, one of the other questions about semi pumps.
We do have, for like box trucks and smaller trucks on the two ends of the canopy, is diesel fuel, but for like big semis, we do not have fueling for them.
There was a question about the number of full-time equivalent employees.
That I don't have a calculation for, and I'm sure it varies store by store, but we are in the 35 to 40 range, and however many of those are full-time, I think varies a decent amount.
And then there was a question asking, where folks would turn around, given the flow of the traffic there.
If I had the ability to predict that, I'd be somebody special.
Okay, so those are all the questions that I had. Anything else you want to say based on what comments you heard?
Sure. I think the fundamentals of land use decisions are pretty straightforward. Comprehensive plan, we are consistent with that. Traffic, we've been to KYTC. The traffic study's been reviewed, commented on, and addressed and approved. The access that we have is approved by KYTC. We have no issues with utilities. We have no issues with public safety. We check all the boxes that you would want to check for a land use decision. The future zoning of the site is intended to be commercial. We check every single box. And we do own and operate every single one of our stores. We don't do any franchising of any sort. So the folks that Lisa spoke about who will have stock in the company will be the ones, they will be Wawa employees. They will, so they do take good care of the property and such. So I just thought that was worth mentioning.
Okay, well, we've heard everybody. We'll recess the pub.
Can I ask a question?
No, ma'am.
No? I'm
Sorry. We'll recess the public hearing for discussion among commissioners. Oh, let's return to the public hearing.
What are your operating hours going to be?
24/7, 365.
As a convenience store, is it also clean to sell alcohol? You talked about your...
Yes, sir.
What are the hours that you're allowed to sell in Erlanger?
Whatever the state and local laws are. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, sorry about that, Mr. Bridges. Okay, now let's recess the public hearing for discussion. Commissioner Bethel?
Sounds like Wawa has a very good product. And their stores seem to be, from everything I'm hearing, very well run. My problem, and I do have a problem, is I think that it is a good product in a place that is not warranted. Hearing the thoughts of the neighbors, and we're the Kenton County Planning Commission, and we've got a plan development throughout the county. But having said that, I think to some degree we need to, more than some degree, we need to take into account what the people surrounding that development is going to be. And I know that we have had some issues with traffic on any number of items, and traffic is a problem throughout the whole county. But having said that, I just don't know that this is the proper product to put right up against the residential area. It's something that I feel that is not appropriate for the area, and while it is a good product, I really don't feel in my own mind that I wouldn't want to be living right next to it, and I don't think in my own mind many of the people would want to too. So I have a problem with it, even though it's a good product. I have a product with the location of where it's going to go, and the right in and right out. That is also another issue, because I know as well as I'm sitting here, there are going to be people going to want to turn left instead of right. And I drive Turkey Foot Road quite a bit, and I've driven Turkey Foot Road back when it was a 2-lane road. So I go up and down that road quite often. Got family members that I go to in that area. So I'm very familiar with Turkey Foot Road, and once again, like many roads in Kenton County, we do have a traffic problem in Kenton County, and that's not our purview, that's for sure. But that's just one of the items I think we need to think about. But once again, I think it's incumbent on us to listen to some of the neighbors in the neighborhood, if you will. It's incumbent on us to take their feelings into account and to really think this over. So that's just my thought.
Any thoughts?
I would just add, I've traveled, traveled a lot in New Jersey and seen many Wawa integrated into similar locations, and I think that some of these problems, it seems like the applicant can address with the city and is addressed with KYTC.
Any other comments? Commissioner Bridges.
I want to thank all the folks for coming out tonight and sitting through all of this. We all appreciate it. I am always sympathetic to people determining their own neighborhood, and you all have spoke with one voice. Obviously tonight, we haven't heard one person that is interested in this, and I do take that into account. It isn't determining, but I do like take it into account. We always hear people complaining about traffic, this bad traffic and all, but I've not heard such specific complaints as tonight about it. So I am taking that into account too, that the traffic on the map, it's nothing but houses around there, and sticking this commercial, going from a 9 to 5 40-hour daycare to a 24/7 Wawa seems like too big of a shock to me, to the neighborhood. So this seems like a Dixie Highway kind of business to me, especially with the advertising. Your presentation doesn't really jibe with your advertising campaign I will agree with them on that.
Just a reminder, this is discussion among the commissioners here, right? Not to those who are in attendance, but.
Those are my comments.
Commissioner Herman, you want to say?
What was the total on the traffic count on Turkey Foot? What was that number?
Well,
No, I'm not talking, that's Wawa, I think, and it's 2,744 in, I think, and out.
We can get confirmation after we come out.
All right. But that would, yeah.
Okay. Any other, I guess?
Well, that's the clarification that I was looking for earlier. It wasn't just, I've got the Wawa numbers on the ingress and egress, but on one of the site plans, so it looks as though there's about 13,000 cars each way on Turkey Foot, just on a daily basis. I was just trying to get in my head the perspective of, you know, if it's not a destination stop and it is truly a user stop, how many of those Wawa visits per day, if it's 2,700 in, 2,700 out, is a portion of the 13 or 14,000 a day that are driving in each direction on Turkey Foot. So I'm clarifying my own question in my head, just for the benefit of my fellow commissioners.
I guess, you know, one of the things I am focusing on is, you know, when we are analyzing these, we're looking to see what we're supposed to do under Kentucky law is to see is the proposed map amendment, is that consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan? And the future land use map for the comprehensive plan indicated that, you know, they've got this site next to it, and I think a site across the way, across Stevenson maybe, were all for neighborhood commercial. So it did envision, you know, that there would be permitted uses under neighborhood commercial that could take place here. I get the concern about the traffic flow. Oftentimes we don't even get the benefit of a traffic impact study at all. You know, that really on the traffic flow side of it, that really is governed more by KYTC. But I certainly understand their concerns.
One other comment. When Edgewood lost the BP, there was a lot of consternation among the neighbors that the convenience of the gas and food and ice cream, and everybody's talked about walkability, and there's really good pedestrian pathways along Turkey Foot, and this does give an opportunity for a walkable community to walk to a commercial development, which is really lacking in Kenton County.
Any other thoughts?
I agree with the applicant that it does check off a lot of the boxes. The future land use is commercial. That's a question for the city, why they designated that going from residential to commercial, but it's a major intersection. I think the ingress and egress is a problem for me. I agree with people how they'll turn out of there and go opposite directions. I do have a difficulty with being in a residential, surrounded by residential, and having a 24-hour service. Not that there's going to be that many people at 4 and 3 and 2 o'clock in the morning possibly, but it seems a little out of character for the area. This is just, kind of agree with Mr. Bethel, and but on the other hand, it meets some of the criteria. It's a bit of a quantity, so.
I will say that, you know, whatever happens, I would hope, I'm just recommending body, I would hope that the city would kind of really look hard at some of the items that we've talked about, you know, the signage, the retaining walls, the different things, the buffers, the things that can be done to mitigate the impact on the neighbors.
And I think also from an access standpoint, if you look at Shell a mile up the road, they have similar, if not worse, ingress and egress conditions at that particular location. I think it's just challenging through that whole corridor.
Are we going to question anybody else with regard to those
when we return to the public hearing, we could get clarification.
I'm interested in that, but also if there are any barriers that would stop the left turn, there are some ways to, cattle people, cattle shoot that
Looks like
way.
on the plan, it looks like there's a triangular in and out. Doesn't mean you can't go like that.
Yeah, my question would be, is it actually raised? Are there gonna be pylons
We could pick the
there?
ones
What's
between the
gonna
two
be
different
the-
directions of traffic. Those plastic ones are like 3 or 4 feet high.
Yeah.
Potentially, or.
If you go to
Yeah.
Crescent Springs on Buttermilk Pike, the state has put up barriers all the way down that you can't turn left out of Walgreens.
And that's what I would be curious about. Are they gonna, is that
Well, that would
envisioned
be,
at all?
that would be up to the state.
And that isn't in the initial traffic study, it would be later.
Yeah, the state would determine that.
Okay.
The city can.
They can make a request.
Thank you.
Any other discussion points?
I guess I have to say, I kind of agree with Phil and the comments he's making. And even Commissioner Bethel, Wawa might be a great product in northern Kentucky, but it might not be a great fit for that little square piece of property. It seems like we're trying to accommodate in and out and making it safe for everybody instead of the city finding a good fit for that property. It might not be Wawa, maybe Wawa goes up the street a little bit farther or goes somewhere else in the city. And we always look at having intersections and being able to get in and out. I don't feel like people are gonna be getting in and out on this very safely. Maybe we find something else to put in there. And they're going from a daycare situation where they're used to a business hours, not 24 hours, not coming and going. And yes, they might not be coming in at 3 o'clock in the morning, but somebody's still going to. I don't feel like we're taking a lot of look at the ingress and egress, and to Debbie's point, how are we gonna keep them out? We're not, like we said, we're not keeping them out. They have to go to the state to get it stopped. And that top of Stevenson Road is a nightmare with all the lanes. I just think it's a problem. I think it's a great product. I'm not thrilled with the lot that it's going to sit on. That's my 2 cents.
Okay. I would concur. Anything else? All right. We will return to the public hearing, and then if we could get clarification on the traffic count question. I don't know, the engineer.
It's on the map here.
Who is the right person to talk about that?
Clarify for some non-traffic.
Okay.
Some really great traffic catches. What was the question on the traffic count?
No, I think I've got clarification. On one map, just, I'm really stating this for all of us, including myself, but it looks like on Stevenson, it's about 4,200 cars going westbound and 4,100 per day going eastbound. On Turkey Foot, it's about 13,000 going northbound and just short of 13,000 going southbound every day. In my mind earlier, I was just looking for clarification of the Wawa numbers on that. And like you said, it's not necessarily a destination. You're going to absorb a portion of that traffic coming into your spot at an estimated about 2,700 visits a day, I think is what the number said. 2,700 in, 2,700 out, about 100 cars an hour.
Correct.
Okay. I'm saying it more for myself and the nature of the questions.
Mr. Herman, did you have anything? That's it? All right, good. Thank you. All right, we need clarifications from anyone else? No. Then we'll close the public hearing. I'm sorry.
Could I say one thing on the ingress and egress?
Let's see. Was it some about the question about the?
I asked about the pylons, but I'm not
Yes.
sure if that's something that can be addressed.
Yeah, so obviously we'll put the concrete pork chop islands to direct traffic the way we're allowed to. If KYTC allows us to put the yellow barrier in the middle, we'll absolutely do it. We have to get them to say yes to that. And I think on the ingress and egress question, I mean, this has been reviewed thoroughly by KYTC. They don't take it easy on us. I think we should trust them.
All right, we will close the public hearing. We'll entertain a motion.
You ready?
Yeah, our Erlanger rep, Mr. Herman.
I'd I'd like to make the following motion with reference to file number PC-25-0015MA, a proposed map amendment to the Erlanger zoning ordinance change the described area from residential compact subdivision to neighborhood commercial. I move to approve the map amendment based on facts and considerations combined in the staff report based on testimony of staff and witnesses present at the public hearing, and finding that it is consistent with the comprehensive plan.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Sketch. Any further discussion? If not, Mr. Smith, would you call the roll?
And just for clarification, that was a motion
Motion
to
approved.
approve the map amendment. Okay. Commissioner Herman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sketch?
Yes.
Commissioner Snyder?
No.
Commissioner Vaughn?
No.
Commissioner Armbruster?
Yes.
Commissioner Baumgartner?
No.
Commissioner Bethel?
No.
Commissioner Bridges?
No.
Commissioner Dunham?
No.
Commissioner Heydrich?
Yes.
Commissioner Janes?
No.
Okay, that motion.
Commissioner Ryan?
Commissioner Ryan, I'm sorry.
No.
Sorry, Ms. Ryan. Huh? It did not pass 8-4. So we need a new motion.
Somebody want to make another motion? Somebody.
I make a motion that we disapprove PC-25-0015-MA for the information that was provided to us tonight. I didn't write anything down, sorry. Let me get back here. By all the comments that were made tonight, the information that was presented this evening. Do I need anything else?
Nope.
Okay. All right, first by Commissioner Snyder, is there a second?
Bridges.
Second by Commissioner Bethel.
Who was the second? Bethel.
Commissioner Bethel.
Thank you.
Any discussion? If not, Mr. Smith, would you call the roll?
Certainly. Commissioner Snyder?
Yes.
Commissioner Bethel?
Yes.
Commissioner Bridges?
Yes.
Commissioner Dunham?
Yes.
Commissioner Heydrich?
No.
Commissioner Herman?
No.
Commissioner Janes?
Yes.
Commissioner Ryan?
Yes.
Commissioner Sketch?
No.
Commissioner Vaughn?
Yes.
Commissioner Armbruster?
No.
Commissioner Baumgartner?
Yes.
So let's see, yep, motion was approved, 8-4.
All right, so the as you heard, we're just a recommending body, and this will go to the city, and they will make the final decision. If we've got another hearing for those that are not, the recommendation was to deny the map amendment. So y'all can give us a second for the other folks.
And that one there too.
I think, Greg, I think when you were talking, your finger, it just broke off. Yeah.
I have no idea what's going on. It just like shut off. That's okay.
How does the HDMI not?
There was one point where we were looking for it.
I didn't hear anyone say stay. So. There you go.
I thought Andy and everybody, so, and then everything started. No, it was just like, pop up, just get you guys.
Andy, my mic's not working here. I'm sharing this hardware.
I think they turned it off for the TV.
No, it's not working.
What mic number? What's that? No, there's no mic number on it? I've asked Patrick to go with our HDMI.
That traffic situation is not going to be a destination.
If you guys were here for the prior item and you're going to be leaving, if you could exit, we got another matter. We're delaying a little bit because once again we've got more technical difficulties.
If this doesn't work, we're going to pull this one.
Here, I'll wiggle the one that it's coming from. See it? This one. You want me to unplug and replug? Unplugged and replugged.
Doesn't seem like the button really.
Mr. Stegman, you know anything about video monitors and AV setup?
Is there any waivers that only at home? Don? Is there any waivers that I've done?
Oh.
That won't work.
They tried to come on for a minute.
Yeah, like the screens work, it's something with the port or something down here, I don't know.
What I've read about Wawa, I thought they were like a.
He's switching you out.
I thought they were a big destination.
Is there any water? Is there any water anywhere? Any water? Test, 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 test.
I wouldn't do that.
Okay, I have my own microphone repaired. You can have that.
I don't want it. Thank you.
Oh, boy. usually there'll be one or two that, well, I don't know, I like a Wawa. But nobody. I kept looking at your monitor.
That's what, yeah.
Well, neighborhood commercial, so they map amendment said commercial, but, you know, that's a barber shop or a daycare, doctor's office or something. There's a big difference between a barber shop and a doctor's office, or even a bank versus a 24/7 Wawa. Are they? How's the hoagies?
Yeah.
They get the snacks back here. Smells good.
Yeah, I need some. They're all over New Jersey, integrated like that, next to neighborhoods.
Okay, we've got videos, so let's get back going. All right. You got everybody back?
It was bad.
I grew up in Ridge. The only from Second Ridge all the way over to Living
Waiting for one more commissioner to come back.
I know.
That's good. All right. Let's see. The next item is file number. The next item is file number PC-25-0016-MA, Covington Map Amendment. The applicant is Fisher Homes per Amanda Webb on behalf of Kelly Real Estate Company LLC and Briarwood Development, Inc. The location is 1405 and 1459 Hands Pike in Covington, an area of approximately 73.897 acres and containing two parcels located along the west side of Hands Pike, approximately 780 feet west of Taylor Mill Road and 1,500 feet east and south of Ken Drive. The request is a district map amendment and development plan to the Covington Neighborhood Development Code, changing the area from SR suburban residential to SU semi-urban residential. The applicant is proposing a new development with 450 total dwelling units to include a mixture of attached and detached single-family, two-family, carriage houses, and condominium apartment-style dwellings with a total density of 6.1 dwelling units per acre. And I need to recuse myself.
Mr. Denbo, like to proceed?
All right, thank you very much. I'm Patrick Denbo with PDS staff. As was stated, this is a map amendment from suburban residential to semi-urban residential for a 450 unit total dwelling unit development with a total density of 6.1 dwelling units per acre. And as a reminder, Covington has adopted the alternative map amendment process, meaning that the Planning Commission recommendation will become final after 21 days, unless anyone files a request within 21 days asking for the City Commission to take final action. This request is available on the sign-in table for anyone who may wish to request the city to have the final action, and it does just take one person signing that. The site is located within the suburban sub-area of the Kenton County Comprehensive Plan. It's currently mostly vacant and heavily wooded. There is one existing single-family home on the site. There are a few small accessory-type structures located within the site as well. The center of the site is mostly a cleared field and includes an overhead wire utility easement. There's also a private and unpaved access road extending from approximately 1345 Hands Pike into the center of the site. The surrounding area consists of mostly suburban-style single-family residential development. There are also a few institutional uses located nearby, including churches and an elementary school. There's also a few commercial uses located nearby on Taylor Mill Road. These are pictures that were taken at the site along Harris Pike. The image on the left is from the northernmost portion of the road frontage with Hands Pike looking north. And the image on the right is from the centralmost road frontage. This is in the approximate vicinity of the proposed access point. This is near a bend in the road. In 2020, the City of Covington adopted a new zoning ordinance. They call this the Neighborhood Development Code. As part of that, this property was designated suburban residential. The current zoning, as well as a majority of the surrounding area, is zoned suburban residential. There are some nearby pockets of commercial zoning located along Taylor Mill Road. And the existing land use is recreation and open space. There's also agricultural and single family on the site as well. The surrounding area consists of a mixture of those same uses. There are also nearby institutional uses and commercial uses along Taylor Mill Road. The purpose statement of the existing zoning district, which is the suburban residential zone, is to provide for larger sized lots for single-family detached dwellings. Alternatively, the district may also accommodate, by right, cluster development for single and two-family homes on smaller lots oriented around preserved common open space, or planned developments for additional housing types. The context of the site the context of the zoning district provides that this district is appropriate in the suburban subareas of the Kenton County Comprehensive Plan, and that appropriate adjacent districts are rural residential, suburban commercial, suburban office, resource protection, and recreation. Density within this zoning district is regulated based on neighborhood type and building type. So for example, a traditional style or auto-oriented neighborhood, as the code calls it, has a maximum density of 2.1 dwelling units per acre. A planned neighborhood within this zone would have a maximum density of 2.8 dwelling units per net acre, but the planned neighborhood can also be increased up to 5.9 dwelling units per acre for attached single-family development. So it depends on the neighborhood type and then the building type. The purpose of the proposed zoning district, which is the SU, suburban, semi-urban residential, is to provide for renovation, incremental expansion, or new construction of contextually sensitive single-family detached and attached two-family townhouse, as well as triplex and quadplex dwellings, along with some allowances for some small-scale neighborhood commercial uses, and to prevent or minimize vehicular access points from interrupting streetscapes and non-motorized mobility. The context of this zone provides that this district is appropriate for lots on local streets and at intersections of collector and local streets in the urban and first ring suburban areas of the Kenton County Comprehensive Plan. Appropriate adjacent districts do include the suburban residential, commercial and office, and mixed-use districts. A development plan must accompany all applications for the character map amendment to the SU district. And lot density and dimensions within this character district are based on building types. So the current zoning is based on neighborhood type and building type. In this zoning district, the proposed zone density is based on building type. So for example, single family attached and detached have a minimum lot size of 2,000 square feet. That would come out to be approximately 21.78 dwelling units per acre. Townhouses have a minimum lot size of 1,000 square feet, which would come out to be approximately 43.56 dwelling units per acre. And apartments would have a minimum lot size of 10,000 square feet, with a minimum dwelling area of 400 square feet, so that comes out to be approximately 108 dwelling units per net acre. This is the submitted development plan, which indicates, again, a development with 450 total dwelling units. The blue line is indicating Hans Pike for reference. The plan also indicates a network of public streets and alleys within the development with one access point onto Hans Pike, and that is located near the center of the development, and that's in the red circle. There is an area containing 105 detached single-family lots with typical lot sizes of 5,200 square feet. There's an area containing a mixture of attached single-family, including 41 two-family units, 12 front-end entry townhomes, and 43 rear entry townhomes. There's an area containing 245 apartment-style condominium units with 4 carriage house-style units shown as well. The plan also indicates a clubhouse and an amenity area with a pool, cabana, and outdoor space. That's located in the green circle. There are 4 areas for stormwater basins. As well, additionally, they are showing 2 stubs at adjacent properties, one on the south side of the site and one on the north side of the site for future connections, and those are located in the yellow circles on the screen. The plan provides street cross-section details that indicate the streets for the detached single-family units, and the main entry will feature a 50-foot right-of-way with 25 feet of pavement width and 4-foot sidewalks on each side, with an additional 10-foot maintenance easement on each side of the right-of-way. The streets for the attached condominium units will include a 30-foot right-of-way with 22 feet of pavement width, no sidewalks. These streets also include 18 feet of parking along one side. And then the streets for the attached townhome units with rear entry are classified in the plan as alleys. These will include 20-foot pavement widths with 10-foot maintenance easements on each side, and again, no sidewalks on the alleys. The applicant has also submitted architectural renderings of each building type. So what's on the screen now are examples of the single-family detached units, which will range from 1,900 to 2,700 square feet with 2-car garages. These are examples of the 2-family paired patio dwellings, which will range from 1,245 to 2,195 square feet with 2 to 3 bedrooms and optional lofts. These are images of the rear entry townhomes, which will be 1,850 square feet with 3 to 4 bedrooms and 2-car garages. These images are of the front entry townhomes, which will be 1,800 square feet with 3 bedrooms and 2-car garages. And then these images are of the condominium buildings. These units will range from 1,110 to 1,610 square feet with 2 bedrooms and available garage parking. Each unit will have individual entry. And then finally, this is the carriage house option on the plan. These will contain one 1,200 square foot unit with 2 bedrooms, and the garages below provide additional garage for parking opportunities for the development. Staff conducted a review of the comprehensive plan. We do find areas of consistency. The proposed development will provide for a variety of housing types with amenities that will help to foster a sense of place and will enhance suburban living by offering unique amenities near established residential areas. It'll provide a mix of housing within the suburban sub-area, which will include single-story attached dwellings, which may accommodate a range of age groups as well. The proposed development will diversify the housing mix and densities. Staff also finds areas that are relevant but insufficient information is known to determine compliance. So if approved, the development will be subject to a traffic impact study. Insufficient information is known at this time regarding access management best practices along a collector street or the possible need for any additional access points. Additionally, although the applicant has referenced the housing study and the need for additional housing units, insufficient information has been provided to determine if the proposed housing can be considered income aligned. And staff finds areas that are inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. The proposed development is not providing denser development in an area near transit lines and activity nodes. The plan is also not indicating sidewalks along both sides of all streets or along Hans Pike adjacent to the development. The recommended land use is residential at a density of 2.1 to 4 dwelling units per acre. This recommended land use is also located on all sides of the site, with areas to the east recommended for other community facilities. There are areas to the west of the site that are recommended for residential of 4.1 to 7 dwelling units per acre. The proposed development is not consistent with the recommended land use map. It does provide a mix of housing types at a density of approximately 6.1 dwelling units per acre, where 2.1 to 4 is the recommended land use. Higher densities can be considered when a development is income aligned. However, there's insufficient information known at this time to determine that status. Hans Pike is classified as a major collector street. It is a state route. Taylor Mill Road is classified as a minor arterial street. There are currently no sidewalks located along Hans Pike, and Tank does not operate any nearby bus routes. A majority of the perimeter of the site contains areas of DSA, while the majority of the interior of the site does not contain any areas of DSA. There are blue line streams also located within the perimeter of the site. KRS 100 states that a map amendment must be in agreement with the comprehensive plan, or that the existing zoning classification is appropriate, or that there have been major changes that were not anticipated in the adopted plan. Staff is providing an unfavorable recommendation on the request. The proposed map amendment and the development plan are generally inconsistent with the Kenton County Comprehensive Plan. Although there are areas of consistency, including providing a diversified housing mix, there are several areas that are either insufficient or are inconsistent. The proposed development will increase density in an area that is not located near public transit, and the plan is not including sidewalks. Additionally, the proposed development is not consistent with the recommended land use, which is residential at a density of 2.1 to 4. The proposed development is 6.1 dwelling units per acre. The comprehensive plan recommends that higher density can be considered when a project is income aligned. Insufficient information has been provided to allow that consideration. The existing zoning designation is appropriate, and the proposed zoning designation is inappropriate. The subject site is located within the suburban sub-area of the comprehensive plan. The purpose statement for the proposed semi-urban residential character district provides that the zone is appropriate for the urban and first-ring suburban sub-areas. And additionally, the purpose statement of the existing suburban residential provides that the zone is appropriate in the suburban sub-area. The existing SR zone allows for planned neighborhoods, which could be developed at a density more appropriate for the recommended land use. There have not been major changes of an economic, physical, or social nature within the area involved, which were not anticipated in the adopted plan, or have substantially altered the basic character of the area. The comprehensive plan was updated in September 2024. The economic, physical, and social conditions of the county in general, and South Covington specifically, remain relatively unchanged from the time of the adoption. The submitted development plan meets the minimum requirements of the Covington Neighborhood Development Code, except for a few areas. And if approved, these will need to be addressed during the permitting process. There are standards regarding building types. So the 4 carriage houses have been identified as not meeting Covington's interpretation for a carriage house. So those units would either not be allowed within the development, or they could seek a design waiver from the Board of Architectural Review and Development. Additionally, the ordinance also establishes frontage types. The condominiums, which are classified as apartment building style, is indicating open yard frontage types. This is a frontage type that is not permitted within the requested character district, and a design waiver would also be an option, seeking that from the board as well. Additionally, the parking standards provide that no vehicular use area shall require a vehicle to maneuver into a public right-of-way, except in the case of single or two-family dwelling units, or where vehicular access is from an alley. The proposed development plan indicates a number of parking areas which will require maneuverability into the public streets. If approved, additional information will be needed for future permitting, including parking, tree preservation, screening, buffering, fencing, and landscaping, as well as signage. And then if approved, the submitted development plan must meet the subdivision regulations. Additional information will be needed to determine compliance with streets and sidewalks, stormwater regulations. And both KYTC and the PDS Director of Engineering have identified the need for a traffic impact study. Coordination between the state, PDS, and the city will be required for project scoping. And again, as a reminder, the Planning Commission recommendation will become final after 21 days, unless someone submits a request to have the City Commission take final action. And again, those request forms are on the sign-in table for anyone who wishes to fill one out. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Denbo. Any questions? Mr. Sketch?
Patrick, can you explain income-aligned housing?
Yeah, so the housing study that was done by the Development District and then incorporated into the comprehensive plan provides where there are gaps within, as far as the need for housing units, where the gaps are located. In order to determine that, it's based off of bedroom counts, which we do have, and those types of units. But it's also based off of the price points for each unit type. That's kind of the missing piece we have to state whether or not it's income aligned or meeting one of those gap areas that were identified. Income aligned means it's not necessarily affordable. It can mean that, but it does mean that it's meeting the need at the income level of the need. So you could have a need, for instance, in a more affordable range. You could also have a need in a higher range as well, and that's where the term income aligned comes from.
Well, my argument would be that within most of Kenton County, at least in the upper section and the central to northern section, you cannot develop property for housing at the level, income, or the cost that they want in that study. How can you do that? I mean, you can build lower cost housing in the lower tier of counties like Grant County, but you cannot at the cost of land do it up here. So my thing is that's an argument could be made every time that you're not providing income aligned housing. Now I know one that a lot of people like to gloss over it, but if you build a product and it's in the $300,000 range, generally the people that are moving into that product is moving up, which is in fact giving you income aligned housing on the lower end, on the back end. But if you want to sit here all the time and ask for income aligned housing in this part of the county, you're not going to get it.
Government subsidy.
So the income aligned.
Excuse me?
Government subsidies, how they do it. Section 8.
Oh yeah, that'll go.
I think
Good luck.
I think in the past we generally get a chart, and the chart will say the developer is planning on building this type of unit, and on that chart it'll say there is a need for a unit that's $1,800 a month, and then it shows you if it falls within that need. I think it's an added value graph that kind of tells us, wow, they're in alignment with what's needed in the area, but it's not a.
I understand that. What I'm saying is when you look at the cost of property and what it costs to develop that property, you cannot build $150,000 houses unless you do Section 8 housing, which sell that to the people out here. You know, good luck.
And so the income aligned, again, it doesn't necessarily mean affordable. It's, you know, there is a range there of where the housing gaps are within the county. We evaluate it based off of the allowance for additional density above what is recommended within the land use. So in this case, we don't have the price points, so we couldn't say to allow for that, or to consider anyway, that added density.
And had we had the price point, then the calculation could have been made, we'd have the graph and.
Yeah, for that piece of it,
Okay.
anyway.
I got another question. My favorite, sidewalks. You would like sidewalks along, is there sidewalks on Hans Pike right now?
Nope.
So what you want them to do is build a sidewalk. That one piece must be about 50 feet, isn't it? So you gotta put a piece of 50-foot sidewalk in there, and then about 100 feet here, a couple 100 feet there.
Well, I think it's a requirement, you know, so whether or not we, it is a requirement.
Thank you.
You'll get to see it again for the waiver request.
Don Stagman told me he's not gonna make any waiver
Any other questions?
As it pertains to sidewalks, I thought the policy was that we had to have sidewalks everywhere and quit saying sidewalks to nowhere, because I got burned on this in a development in Ellesmere myself, where we had to put a sidewalk down Garvey Road. So I've been on the other side of that table. So what is the policy?
They can ask for a waiver, and then if you can get it, you can get it.
And
I
got
probably
turned down.
voted for the waiver on yours.
I got turned down on that one. And then I think the other side of it would be the width. 4 foot is just inadequate these days with kids on scooters, especially when you look at a development this size, that we should be looking at a wider pedestrian pathway throughout a subdivision like this, just from a safety standpoint.
Question, is there precedent anywhere for single access for 400 something units?
So
Or maybe a better way to ask the question, who says grace over that? Starts from a recommendation from this body, does the city, does the county, does the state regulate in any way access from a safety standpoint on the number of units behind that single access?
So access is regulated by the state. There is nothing currently within our subdivision regulations that would require an additional access point. But again, access is governed by the state, and they are required to do a traffic impact study that will be scoped with PDS, the state, and the city. So that may be something that would be included in a scope. I can't tell you what would be in the scope by any means, but.
I think it's been a discussion of the commission before, especially with Commissioner Darpo, I think, about looking at multiple access points, but that hasn't come to fruition as of yet. So I think that'd be a bit of a challenge. Any other questions of Mr. Denbo?
I have a question.
Ms. Vaughn?
Yeah, Tuscany was one where we talked a lot about ingress and egress with regard to fire and other vehicles. Is that something that this body needs to look at as PDS? I know we talked about it in that scenario, and when I look at the layout, it's a little hard to tell.
I believe there have been discussions as far as the need for including something like that within the subdivision regulations, but I don't know if, where those discussions have gone.
Are you aware if the applicant has discussed this with Covington Fire?
I'm not aware of that.
Any other questions? I'd like to state that if you haven't signed up, there's sign-up sheets in the back. If you don't sign up, you won't be able to comment on the application, so if you're unsure, please sign up. And just open the public hearing. I can read this off. I just want to clarify everybody that's signed up. David Carnes, Dave Botson, Zach Batson, Don Stegman, Sam Rees, Heather Maston, Dave Masty, Amanda Webb, Karen Fox, Ben Bach, Patrick Desmond, Robert Franz, Matt Weather, 37 Caney Court, Covington, that gentleman here. Anybody live at that address? Okay.
There's somebody saying I can't hear you out there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't read the name of the 37 Connie Court, Covington. And what would your name be, sir? Mark. Mark? And your last name? Walter? Very good, thank you. June Bonnet, Dan Schuster, Truez, apologize, I can't read the name. Truyska. Yeah. Pardon me? Travis? Okay. And Tyson Gordon and Greg Burling. Pardon me? Taisha?
Did I get that right? Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Taisha Gordon. All right. Anybody else? There being none, if the applicant would like to proceed.
Good evening. Thank you guys for taking a time and opportunity for us to be here tonight. My name is Amanda Webb. I'm a planning and entitlements manager with Fisher Homes. I'm going to be here tonight. I'm just going to go over a quick presentation that we have. Staff, of course, did the presentation, and they had several of the same images that we'll share tonight. I'm also here with our engineer with Cardinal Engineering, and Sam Reese, also with Fisher Homes and Grand Communities. Maybe can I use the arrows? Okay, thank you. So most of you guys are very familiar with Fisher Homes. I heard mention of Tuscany. We're the developer of Tuscany. We are active in Tuscany right now. A little bit about Fisher, just for those that don't know. We have building across several different markets, anywhere from Florida through, we're now in the Carolinas, Northern Kentucky, Ohio, Dayton, and over in Indianapolis. We are a privately owned company. We've been in business since 1980. The owners, Henry and Greg Fisher, they're still very active with the company. Our main purpose is to provide the best total home experience for our customers. That's not only just the homes themselves, but also in the community, the appearance, and the amenities within. Again, this kind of touches on the enduring value, the high quality homes, and the one thing about Fisher that we're really proud of is our customer service ratings, and that's from the time that you close on the home all the way until after you've been living in the home. We maintain world-class ratings, and we are very proud of that. Some other neighborhoods that are in closer proximity that we're building in, Meadow Glen, Tuscany, Arcadia, Villages of DeCourcy, and Greenbrook. So a little bit about the site. It is two parcels combined. It's located off of Hans Pike, as staff had mentioned. It is in a predominantly residential area, and both parcels currently are zoned SR for the suburban residential. We are proposing to rezone them to SU, And one thing that I do want to know, I'm just going to go back one slide, the Cumberland Ridge subdivision, although it is still SR, I believe it's a higher land use than what we're currently proposing. I believe the land use allows for up to 7 units per acre. And then while I'm on this slide, I also want to mention that the SR, the current zoning district that it is today, it does allow actually up to 10 units per acre per the zoning, which is contradictory of the land use. I understand that. But you can do up to just over 10 units per acre of the tiny homes on that site. So although we are proposing to rezone to semi-urban, we're still proposing our density at 6.1, less than what's actually allowed in the SR zone today. This is just an image that kind of discusses some site constraints. There is a utility easement that goes through the middle of the site. There's a couple existing streams on both the east and the west side. Limited access points off of Hans Pike. And then, of course, there is some significant topography across the site. Our site actually sits up quite a bit higher than Hans Pike, especially where we're proposing our entrance. We'll switch over to our vision. As staff had showed you, this is the plan. We have ours oriented north-south. We are proposing one entrance off of Hans Pike currently. We are open to building that street, whether it be different standards, boulevarded. We're open to conversations in that. I understand that we do not have a traffic impact study today. It wasn't required as part of our application, and that's why we haven't finalized that yet, but it will be coming soon at the next step. We are proposing to come in. You come up the hill, you'll end up at a roundabout area, like a rotary, and we'll have our amenity up there. We're proposing a pool and a clubhouse. You can go off to your right, and you would be in with our paired patio and our rear entry townhomes. The paired patio product, I'll get to some pictures in a second. That's a product that we are building in Tuscany right now. It's doing really well, and it's a really great product. You can also go to the back where you see those purple buildings. Those are our gallery condominiums. Unfortunately, the way that Covington's code is written, we had to classify those as apartments, but I want to be clear, those are condominiums, and they are for sale fee simple units, just like we're building in Tuscany right now. And then we of course have some single family, our traditional single family, down on the south side of the site. And that is similar product to what we are building in Tuscany also. This kind of outlines some of the setbacks and lot area. I'm just going to skip over this. I think it's all in your packet. Get into the product. These are our condominiums, like I mentioned. We are building those in Tuscany. And these are all entered in through separate individual access points. These range anywhere from a 7-unit building up to a 14-unit building. We're also building these in City View, which is a Ludlow project that we have right now. And we build these all over northern Kentucky. They're very successful. To touch on the income-aligned housing, I know that came up. As Mr. Sketch had stated, it is really hard to fall in those lines and still have a market rate product. This product are condominiums. Those are a lower price point to help with the diversity within this community. We're proposing these would start in the low 200s and then go up from there. There's some more images of the interior of those buildings. These are our rear entry townhomes. These are a new product for Fisher Homes. We're really excited about this. The front, there would be no driveways, so this really helps with the streetscape to provide a more interesting streetscape and also to eliminate some of the driveways. They're all accessed off of an alley. These are we're proposing these to be in the high 2s. And again, these are 2 to 3 bedroom homes. And they do all have a 2-car garage in the rear entry as well. These are just some images of what the interior could look like. These are our paired patio collection. This is also in Tuscany. They're basically 2 homes squished together, so you have 2, essentially it's a duplex. These all have individual entries, 2-car garage, and then these are, we're looking at starting these in the 300s, the low 300s. Some more interior images. And then we have our designer collection, which it's our typical single-family detached. This is a little bit of a higher price point. This would be starting in the 400s. And then these can go anywhere from a 2 to, it says 6 on here, but I believe that's a typo. I think it goes up to maybe a 5. And then same thing, just typical single-family. Sidewalks on both sides, and these would also be considered a move-up buyer, so hopefully that would help free up some of the lower price points up to here. Some images. And then lastly, we have 4 of these planned right now on this plan. These are what we call a carriage house. It's essentially 4 garages on the lower. 3 of those garages can be sold to other gallery or condominium owners, and then 1 garage stays with that unit, and it has an individual entry. So we're just started building these down in Ludlow, and we have them, I believe, in Wilder right now. So it is a newer product that we're just starting to build more of. These are also 2 bedrooms, and they have a lower price point as well. So they would be in like the mid 200s, I believe. And these are some images. And then I want to talk about our open space and amenities. We are in the early stages of this. We're in here, this is the first step of this long process. We are proposing to have over 30 acres of open space, which would be about 43% of the site being open space. We are proposing a clubhouse, a pool, and then some outdoor areas, which we will heavily amenitize and landscape heavily. This is an example of, I believe this is Tuscany. And I just wanted to kind of touch on some of the staff comments. With our unfavorable recommendation, the first one, I'm not going to read this all to you. You guys all have your packet, but I do want to point out that the plan submitted, we did include sidewalks. We did not include sidewalks along Hans Pike. We're open to that requirement. Per the comprehensive plan, Cumberland Ridge, which is to the west, that allows for 7 units per acre, and we are adjacent to that, so we do feel that proposing 6 units per acre is a comparable request. The current zoning does allow, like I mentioned before, up to over 10 units per acre for tiny house neighborhoods that we are not proposing, but we are proposing 6 units per acre of a mix of different products to kind of hit some of those different diverse housing markets that I think the entire northern Kentucky area is trying to find. So with that, that'll go to my last point. We have varying price ranges that will hit several different demographics, from first-time home buyers, move-up buyers, empty nesters, and just really a wide variety of individuals. The second one, the purpose statement for semi-urban residential. I have a couple notes on that. I understand that one of the issues with that is the mobility. We understand that we're not close to any of the public transportation lines. I don't really feel that there's anything that we can do until we bring more houses to have a need for that. So the other part of that is we are going to the semi-urban residential, which Mr. Dumbo had mentioned, that it does, part of that does help minimize additional driveways and roads onto the street. So our proposal with Hans Pike is we have one entrance on Hans Pike, and our homes are set back significantly far from Hans Pike, anywhere from 260 feet away all the way up to almost 400 feet away, and they're up higher. So when you're driving up Hans Pike, yes, you can look up and see it, but it still gives that rural characteristic along Hans Pike as it is today. This one, the major economical, physical, social. I think it is kind of important to know that the housing data study does identify the need for diverse housing, and we are doing our best to provide that. We have anywhere from 2 bedrooms all the way up to, I believe, a 5-bedroom. So you have different stages for different stages in life. We are maintaining the character, and it will continue to remain residential. And there were some items which we understand that we would be required to go to the Board of Architectural Review for. We acknowledge that, and we are okay with doing that. I don't think any of these are really deal breakers on here. We would go before the City of Covington and request the variances that we would need for that. And then my last slide is for questions. Does anybody have any questions for me that I can answer?
Any questions for Ms. Webb?
What are the lot widths on the single family? I can't read the table.
Sure. I believe the 40 foot is the minimum. I'm sorry. Yes, 40 foot is the minimum that we're requesting.
What's the average? What do you, is that?
The
is that
average
pretty
for
much
all-
throughout this 40 feet?
Currently, yes.
And that's a $400,000 house on a 40-foot lot?
Mm-hmm. Yes. We're going narrow and deeper.
Wow. And that's the high-end product?
That's the designer, our designer
Which is the
product
highest
line.
price point?
On this
On this
site,
plan?
yes, we're proposing, that's correct, yes.
Mr. Bridges?
If the zoning's 10 units, why do you need a zone change to do 6?
Because it's for tiny houses. It allows you to go up to 10 units per acre for tiny houses.
Does it put a limit on how big they can be? Why can't you build 10 big houses?
The code, there are different densities allowed for different types of products, but I think single family, traditional single family is less than, oh, hang on, I think I have it written down here. Might be in the staff report. Tiny houses are 10 units per acre. Planned neighborhood or your traditional single family are 2.4 or 2.8 dwelling units per acre. And we're not proposing tiny houses, unfortunately.
Any other questions, Ms. Webb? Okay, there being none, thank you, Ms. Webb.
Thank you.
Any other from the applicant side? Mr. Stegman, did you wish to speak on this, or?
Don Stegman with Cardinal Engineering, the site civil on the project. And I guess it's been kind of interesting dealing with the Covington Code. It's kind of different than most of the other ones that we all are much more familiar with. If we were in any other jurisdiction, this would be like a traditional PUD. you would see that as a PUD application. That's not possible with Covington Code. We met with staff and went back and forth with this on what would be the appropriate zone to ask for this type of use, and we had to kind of back in their product with the character districts and those kind of things. So it was the best fit to try to get that to work. And I'd like to echo, I guess, the comments about the topography. I mean, as far as the site, we really have pulled the development area because they own the ridge down the whole area. So I don't know if I can get the pointer to work.
Don, can you elaborate on the Covington Code, what the limiting factor exactly was that you couldn't comply with?
So in just the regular SR,
Yeah.
there's first of all, their code has no condominium written into it. It's all building types. So they don't, there's no definition of a condominium. There's no allowance for a condominium. And Fisher builds these condominiums all over northern Kentucky very popularly. So it was like, well, it's one of their most popular buildings, and there's the only way to comply with it in the Covington Code is a building type, not what the actual building is. It's very confusing. So it's really hard to say, just like if all of us would know what a condo is, but there's no definition of it in neighborhood in Covington's code on what a condo is. So the only thing it fits into is an apartment building type.
Because there's condominiums all over Covington.
I know.
It doesn't make sense.
I know. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. We're finding some real interesting factors with their code to how to do things that we've all seen in all the other areas of northern Kentucky. So that's why we came up to this SU was it's the only one that allowed all these different types that Fisher likes to hit all these different market ranges with these different product types, and this was the only code that will allow that to happen in there. So the SR wouldn't allow all these different ones.
Okay.
All right. Any
And then-
questions?
Just quickly,
Yeah.
what's the zone on Tuscany?
But that's just it. Tuscany was started well before this
So it's
came
just
into place.
pre-existing.
So we've kind of talked about that internally. I don't think you could get Tuscany approved like it is today with the code that they've got. It wouldn't fit. It'd have to go to this.
Agree.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Stegman.
Yep.
Sam Reese?
I don't have anything to
All right.
add.
Nothing to say. And then Mr. Burling?
Greg Burling with Briarwood Development Company. I'm just here in support of this project. Briarwood purchased this property 25 years ago for the intent of developing it as a lake, and my father himself developed most of the homes, developed and built most of the homes along Hans Pike in Ridgeport and Cumberland Ridge, and then in Crystal Lake. So we've had a long history in this area.
Any questions? Nope. Thank you, Mr. Burling. We'll proceed to those against. David Carnes?
Hello, my name is David Carnes, C-A-R-N-E-S. I live at 1428 Hans Pike. I appreciate your all's time. I've been here since 5, so I could be here to discuss this. I'm going to leave this for a second and show you where I live and what my concerns are. My property line is right here with my neighbor. It's me and one other person, and Calvary Christian owns the rest of it. This bend in this road right here,
If you can come back to the mic so we can record
that
you.
bend in that road right there is not a direct line of sight. This entrance is not in the right position. The road is going to have to be altered, and if it is not, there will be people that are rear-ended heading down to 16. I've had my mailbox hit 3 times from people hydroplaning around this bend, and I have my mailbox with my neighbor and a 5-gallon bucket for the next one. Okay, and I've had somebody hit a tree that got injured pretty bad at Count Fire right in that area. So I'm gonna leave the mic again. This whole area is low ground. It goes up a hill right here, so when you come down here, right around my property, it starts to plane out about right here. The best line of sight for an entry for this property is actually right here, because you have more straight road here to see, the straight road here to see. Also, a creek runs down through here, it comes up under Hans Pike. Where it comes up under Hans Pike, they've already repaired it once, and their block are this big, and it's washed it away. There will be water coming off this property, I'm gonna guarantee you. So then we got a compromise of the main road that everybody travels. And speaking of the main road everybody travels, when I bought my property in 2020, all through here was supposed to be a connector that the state wants to put in, but hasn't done it. There's 4 phases of this proposal. It is a study done in 2008. Senator Westwood has a lot of statements about this road and wanted it to be done. He is now retired. So the item number is a 6-8307-00. There's 4 sections that were supposed to be done in this study. One has been done, and another has been done on both sides of Hans Pike, 16 and 17. They did a great job at the one down there at 17, because that was a nightmare. And they fixed that, thank God. So, anyway, one of the sections, 2 or 3, I think it's 3, I think it starts at 1 from 17 and goes to 16 would be 4. I haven't studied it, but it's in here. The road was supposed to go through some of this property that we're looking at right now. And there's a bad bend up here on the other end. And that's what they were going to do in this study, but it's been 20 years, just about 17 years, and we still don't have the road fixed. When this development goes in here, that road will never go through that. And they're going to push it down in this creek bed because there's nowhere else to fix this road. And we're going to have an ongoing problem with maintenance, unless somebody's got some genius idea that I'm not aware of. They can't widen it down there. It's in a creek. The top ground is where you want a road. You don't want it down that creek. But anyway, that's enough on that. The creek does run under that road, by the way, and it will wash it out. It already has. So when all this extra water comes through there, I know they got detention, retention, whatever. There's water coming off of here. The line of sight is terrible. I got pictures here. You all can have them. I got notes on them. I got pictures standing from point A to point B. There's no line of sight where I'm telling you. I mean, people come around this bend and they pull out of here. They pull out of here to turn this way, and somebody comes down this hill around here, and if they're speeding or not, wet, they are going to hit somebody in the rear end right here. I mean, it's not good at all. So they hydroplane this way, and this road here, it doesn't really depict the bend properly. I can't even pull out of my driveway. I actually pull out and go in the opposite lane to make sure I don't get hit when somebody's coming around this bend if I want to go up to 16. It's that bad. So I have to go down 17 if I want. If I got family or friends coming over, I'm like, please go down 17. I want you getting killed in front of my house. It's that bad. So anyway, and what's weird is I don't understand why there's no traffic study done ahead of time. But that's a whole nother story. Maybe it's because this road was supposed to go through there. I don't know. The best location for them to access Hans Pike, if this is the choice, I agree with the development. I agree this land is going to be developed. Let's be clear. I'm not against the development. I'm against this design. Right here is where the road should come out if you had any choice to come out. You have high tension line, no development right here at all. This is coming out in front of my house. I'm gonna have, I don't know, 450 times 2 cars, let's just say per family, not counting the teenagers, not counting your friends, not counting your Uber, not counting your deliveries, not counting your school bus, blah, 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 blah. I'm gonna have 2,000 people coming out in front of my house, accelerating, trying to get somewhere. And the noise, my home is just shot, like my property value is just, it's gone. Let's just be clear, it's not gonna be worth anything. Nobody's gonna want that. I didn't buy by a stop sign because I didn't want to be by a stop sign. I'm gonna have a stop sign. I'm gonna hear it and see it. I have noise pollution, air pollution, light pollution. I get all that. So anyway, the sidewalks, there are sidewalks on Hans Pike. I'm gonna show you that. Right here, you see this piece of ground right here? It was pending right now for $434,000. Right here, the sidewalk stopped and go all the way up to 16. So you would have access to, if there was an entrance off of that piece of property, you'd have to buy it and change your development, but you would have access to a sidewalk from that development to go up to 16. You would be able to ride your bike up there. They have bike lanes up on 16. It'd be perfect for the community to have that access. I wish I had it. I can't get to the sidewalk. I'll die if I try to get on that road to get to the sidewalk. I can't get there. But I'm close, but it's just not there. So, anyway. I have all kinds of pictures with notes on it. You all more than welcome. I have the report. You can have that for your information. Another thing, just real quick. Taylor Mill Elementary. I guess they all get to go to Taylor Mill Elementary School. And where's all the other kids that have been there in their whole family's life when you put these in here? Taylor Mill, I think it holds 500 people. I'm guessing. This is AI telling me. I didn't have time to call them. But that's what it says. Think about it. So everybody else, this child has been going in there, the family's been going there. We're going to just displace them. They're like, okay, now you're going down over the hill here. You know, it's going to happen. I mean, it's a big impact. So that's another thing to consider. It's going to happen anyway. I think that's all I got.
If you'd like to submit your report and the photos.
Yeah, I'll give you all that. And something else. Yeah, this is a big one. Okay, so when I bought the home in 2020, the road, when it was messed up, everybody knows that curve. If you ever drove down Hans Pike, you will not forget that curve. It used to be there. It was terrible, okay? So I bought the property. When they fixed the road, the traffic volume, I'm assuming, but let's be clear, has been 4 to 5 times. The cars that go up and down my street, this traffic study is needed. The amount of vehicles that come up and down this road, and then they speed in this whole stretch right here. They like to hit their fuel from here to here in their motorcycle, in their rice burner, and make all kinds of noise, and they just gun it right through there. It's down in the valley, it makes an echo, it's cool. You know, that's what they do. I hear that all the time. And then 275, I don't know if you all try to go to 275, trying to go to 471, try to go across the river, you know, if you're heading east. It's backed up. It's backing all the way up to close to Mineola now. Everybody is trying to go home and at work, and they are coming through Richardson. They're coming down Turkey Foot. They're coming through Richardson. They're coming down Dudley, and they're shooting across Hands now. And when they do that, the traffic is just unbelievable. You wouldn't, I mean, you'd have to live there to see it. I can't believe the volume. So with that being said, this right here, once this is done, they're going to have to fix this road. If whatever happens with whatever development, this road still needs repaired. And since I've been there, the road has aged. I got pictures of it. I've got where they've already done patchwork. And we haven't thrown concrete trucks. We haven't thrown all heavy equipment that's going to be driving on here for this. I mean, it's going to escalate.
I think we get your
Okay.
comments, Mr. Carnes. We just have a lot of other people that need to comment as well. If you can just give those to staff right there at the table.
Yeah, well, and thank you all again.
Thank you for coming. be A.
For this case.
Yeah.
Here's the case code.
Just remind me of that, Pam, because we've got other ones.
I will.
Thank you all again for your time.
Okay. Mr. Carnes, those pictures will now be in our possession, so I didn't know if you needed to keep them or.
No, I've got copies.
Okay.
I just want you to have them so you could, and
Okay.
there's little notes on there about what I see, because you can't see it there.
Okay.
So you can see it on the picture.
Mr.
You don't have really-
Dan Batson?
Do you need to see these to pass them around or anything?
You can start passing them. You can start over here. Anybody wants to look at it, can look at it.
Commissioner Brewster, will you start? Then we'll pass them.
Hello, I'm Dan Batson. Grew up at Hans Pike. Hey, Galen. Mom and Dad, Bill and Emma Batson. They live right on the very sharp curve. That's, you don't really see it in this picture. It's just like right around the bend. And people have been dying there my whole life. You can watch it from the bedroom window. Also, this main entrance where they're planning on making the driveway, that was Steve Kelly's old house. And I've seen that underwater. The whole place underwater up to where the houses are because of the way the creek just comes up. It does what it wants, when it does. Let's see. I just don't think that the zoning change is going to be consistent with the comprehensive plan that they're putting in, that the infrastructure that we need. Just July 11th, this last year, the water main broke right in front of Mom and Dad's house, washed all the mud down into their house and down into the front of the building. And it's because they're trying to pump so much, water out to the subdivisions up by Crystal Lake and Otter Drive. And, they keep trying to push it and push it and push it, and it's failing. It doesn't happen. So, let's see. It's going to take down the value of everybody's houses there. There's like $4 to $5 million houses that are just right in that area, and you're going to start throwing in tiny houses, and just the traffic. And I know progress is going to happen, and I know that the ridge is going to be gone, and people are going to build. But I think they're trying to put 10 pounds of shit in a 5-pound bag. It just doesn't work.
Thank you, Mr. Batson.
Thank you.
Zach Batson? All right. Heather Maston.
Hi, thank you guys for listening to all of us. My name is Heather Maston. Sorry about my voice. I've lived for almost 30 years at 1337 Hans Pike, which is directly connected to the new property. I would like to encourage you guys to outright deny the map amendment, or at the very least continue it until a lot of things have been submitted, like stormwater management plan, phased infrastructure, and then the access plan in and out. The neighborhood development plan, the semi-urban, talks about incremental expansion. This is not incremental expansions. 450 dwellings, 6 per acre, and 74 acres is not incremental at all. So the city itself has semi-urban, doesn't want this, doesn't want all these houses dumped at one time. The infrastructure doesn't help it. And as they had spoken, on this road, I mean, you've got your car here, and then your car here on the other way, and then there's huge divots on each side. There's just, well, and also, like he was saying, the road is actually crumbling and falling off on parts. Because there's so many people on the road already. There's no infrastructure ready for this kind of building up, especially if you're talking about multifamily and apartments. I know that there's going to be dwellings going up, but that is just too many in an infrastructure that is not in place or plans in place to support that. What I'm afraid of that might fall to you is, hey, we're going to get this great tax revenue, but then we're going to end up paying way more on all of the infrastructure problems that are going to occur. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. David Mattson?
David Maston, 1337 Handspike. I've been a lifelong handspiker. I actually grew up in Mr. Barnes' house. So I can tell you that we used to pull him out of that ditch all the time, so he's not lying. The concern is about the change and the drastic change, right? I mean, 3 times during the study here, I heard we have insufficient studies, and hey, we'll get that study to you after you approve us, right? And it just didn't pass the smell test. Commissioner Sketch, the math didn't math, right? You know, if they already have the approval to build that many houses for the coding that they have, then why would they need this one?
I can answer that if
Yeah.
you would like me to. They will still have to get a traffic study approved by KYTC. If it does not meet the requirements, then they can't do the development.
Right. About the math, not math. And so they're saying 6, but they say they
Oh,
can
I'm
already
not
build.
I'm talking about the road itself.
Right.
and
Yeah, the
that's
road's terrible. But they're talking about the other studies of what they do. They're trying to move it to semi-urban, which they already say they can build that many houses on there. And they're going to leave 43% of this acreage. That the math doesn't work. I mean, how are they going to put 450 houses on the 42 acres that are left? So, I mean, it seems like they're wanting a lot of approval and not giving a lot of what the studies are. My concern is if you give them that leeway, I don't think we ever get it back. So the concern is living here, you know, it should say residential. It's going to be developed, okay, right? Like I said, I'm a lifelong hand spiker. Full disclosure, my grandfather's Ed Kelly, so I grew up on this land, all right? So with that said, that's just way too many. Nobody talked about the cemetery out back as well, about what their plans are for that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Benson. Ben Bach?
Hello again, Ben Bach, 10112 Meadow Glen Drive. I'm also in opposition to this for all the eloquent reasons that PDS listed that they're opposed to the reasons, as well as the first speaker and Heather Masson's letter that she had submitted, I think is rather eloquent enough of listing out all the various reasons why this shouldn't proceed as is. Yes, housing, great. Income-aligned housing, great. But not in this way when the infrastructure can't support it and it doesn't match in the comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Fox, I didn't have you listed for or against. Are you for? Opposed?
I'm a middle school administrator, so it's way past my bedtime, and I can tell by some of the looks on your faces, I'm not alone. So I own a house at 1474 Hands Pike, which is just about 100 yards off of Taylor Mill Road. I'm going to make this short and sweet. I'm adamantly opposed to this, mostly because of the traffic issue. If a subdivision is developed in this proposed location, the enormous increase in traffic in the current structure of Hands Pike, safety of the residents living on Hands Pike is beyond concerning. The current road is extremely narrow with several sharp curves. It is a country, windy, dangerous country road. So to put this amount of traffic from this development on that road is beyond dangerous. And I know how dangerous it is. My property, when I mow my front yard, the curb and the white edge line of the road touch each other. There have been times when I'm mowing my front yard that if a car's coming up Hands Pike and a car's going down Hands Pike, literally my arm hit my elbow has been skinned by the mirror of a passing truck. It's dangerous. There's way too much traffic. The current amount of traffic is a problem already, and like I said, I just can't even imagine what it would be like on Hands Pike with this increase in traffic. So, and then I just want to real quick, and I'll be done because I know everybody's ready, but the road has so many curves and drop-offs. When we talk about putting in sidewalks, I don't even see, I drive up and down that road all the time. There's not even areas with the drop-offs and the other things other people have mentioned to even do sidewalks, especially around the area of this development. So thank you all for your time and listening to me. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fox. Mark Walder? You're good? All right. Thank you, Mark.
Just to reiterate, a gentleman who's one of my neighbors said, hey, I almost did you well. I mean, it's very dangerous.
Thank you. June Bonnet?
A lot of my concerns are, I think most of it has come up. I agree. I know sadly, the land is going to be developed at some point. I'm concerned about the size of the development because of traffic, infrastructure. That's 450 units. That's massive. I live on Senor Road, so this is going to butt right up against my property. And it's like having a small city put in right behind your house. When you figure 450 units, you know, even if it's just 2 people in a unit, that's 900 people right in your backyard. I'm concerned about the traffic because I know Hans Pike is bad. Senor Road is just as bad. It's not safe. I was worried about the same thing, you know, with the impacts to the schools. And, you know, it's going to be a lot of people potentially impacting the schools. The sewer, the water, all the drainage, and the same things that they mentioned. And then, you know, now, before I had the woods behind me, so now I'm a little bit concerned about privacy and trespassing and, you know, all that stuff too. And I know nobody's mentioned it, but the wildlife, and it's just kind of heaven on earth out there. But I do realize that, you know, it's going to be developed at some point. But I think it's beautiful. It's just too much, you know, it's a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Mm-hmm.
I have your address, please, voice down. In the microphone, please.
3400 and 3420 Senauer Road.
Thank you.
Dan Schuster?
I am Dan Schuchter. I live on 1353 Hans Pike. I agree with most of everything everybody's saying. You know, the property value decreasing is a big thing. The traffic is definitely the biggest. So in 2008, they were doing that traffic study, and then they redid that portion of Hans Pike down the hill to 17. But they were also planning on doing improvements throughout. And at that time, the city commissioner, Tim Downing, said that Hans Pike has consistently been one of the most dangerous roads in the area, and our staff and the community have been working with District 6 for the past several years to ensure it is addressed. Part of the Section 3 plan was to put the road, because this section of Hans Pike is on the creek and it is in really bad condition. They just patched it not too long ago and it's already bumpy. But yeah, the plan was to improve the road. It is a state route connecting two major lines, and to put the road through that property. So if that's taken, then that's not possible, and then that just compounds the issue with the road itself. So yeah, I think that definitely is the major concern in terms of development, but I live on the road. I like how Hans Pike is suburban residential. It is a very nice place to live. I just think that if something like this is built, it's just, you know, packing a lot of people into a small place, and it's going to cause issues down the line. So that's
Thank
all
you,
I
Mr.
have.
Schuster. Taisha Gordon?
Hopefully my phone does not die. Taisha Gordon, 128 Bluffside Drive, Covington. I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Oh, 128 Bluffside Drive. So Crystal Lake, Hans Pike. Sorry, I was kind of laughing at first because I know you guys addressed, like, you touched on this earlier, but I feel like it's, trying to choose my words carefully here, I feel like it's inappropriate and irresponsible for this design. You have 450 dwellings here, and you have one way in and one way out off of Hans Pike, which is already isolated. Like, we have this very bad habit of building developments in communities. We build them to collect people instead of to connect people, and Hans Pike in South Covington is already isolated. I mean, when you tell people where you live, they ask me where I live, I say Hans Pike, they're like, oh, out there, you can't get to anything. If there's a wreck on 3L, like there's been plenty of times, there was one time there was an accident, I had to go up, get back on the highway, come around, go down Richardson, but then there was a truck on fire, so I couldn't even get home. You're just stuck there. So imagine that happening when there's an accident or when there's an emergency and you have 450 plus dwellings. I feel like it's irresponsible. So the safety is a big factor here, as well as the cost. Please, just if this goes through, please someone look into, there needs to be multiple access points. This is not safe. But also just the cost, this is gonna put a lot of cost on a lot of people, and I don't think it's a good deal for the city. If I'm being honest, the property taxes aren't enough to pay for the additional road work that's gonna be needed to support this, as well as maintenance and fire and police coverage that's gonna be, I mean, we have a firehouse there, but we're gonna need additional coverage, and I feel like there are a lot of things that haven't been thought through on this, which is why I said it is irresponsible and inappropriate right now where it is. This, I feel like if you want to develop there, maybe develop, but 450 dwelling units in this area it's not appropriate, and it's not safe. So I would ask you guys to reconsider this and say no.
Thank you, Ms. Gordon. I also have a Travis. I don't have you listed for or against.
I think my concern is that.
Okay, thank you. I think that's, okay, we have neutral. Patrick Dresman?
Deesman.
Deesman.
Thank you. I'm Patrick Deesman, Patrick G. Deesman. I live at 41 Caney Court, which is in the subdivision up the Cumberland Ridge. I put down neutral because I didn't feel like I had enough information. So constructive criticism, if I had a lot of this information, I would have felt a lot more prepared. I didn't know the number of units. I knew the number of units, but I didn't know the number of what kind. So do we have 105 single family? Did I hear that right? And then the rest will be, okay, yeah, I would have, was that available and somewhere online? Okay, so maybe I just, I'm not in the know enough. I didn't get a card. I don't guess cards went out to anyone in the Cumberland Ridge. I just saw the sign and had conversation with my neighbors. So if I had that information, that would have been more helpful.
Adjoining property owners generally get notified.
Only the property owners affected, yeah.
And there's also a public notice in the newspaper.
Was it at the link? Okay.
Signage on the property as well.
Okay, okay. So,
All statutory required notices.
right. So I'm new with this, so yeah, I'm not completely in the know. So none for rent? Did I hear that right? There will be none for rent? Okay. So that eliminates a lot of my questions. And you gave me the price ranges. Thank you. I don't know if members of the commission have the time or to visit locations to see this road that everyone's talking about. It is nasty. It falls off on both sides. That's a bad part of the road. And there is no way you're going to put sidewalks there. I think one of the problems, and I heard a lot of unanswered questions that was brought up, or there are a lot of things that unknowns that you all don't have all the information you need. I don't think you have all the information you need to make an educated decision. So I've changed my vote to I'm not an approval for this. One other factor I think that I don't have is where the elevation lines are. I assume parking. Is there a lot of parking there? This blue area?
We'll address the applicant after your questions.
Okay, so a lot of water runoff, and that creek is going to be overwhelmed depending on how big that, I see a stormwater area. Don't know how big that is, if that's going to match the size of the impermeable area, so that creek might be inundated. So I think that's a question that really needs to be addressed before anything going forward. Before anything goes forward, where this water goes from this property, that needs to be addressed. I don't know where the ridge is, so I don't know if any of that water is going to flow to the other side, but that creek will be overwhelmed. And I think
Sanitation district reviews this outside of our sphere.
Mm-hmm.
They'd have to get approval from the sanitation district.
Right. So I think that kind of stuff really needs to be analyzed before you all have all the information you need. So as it stands right now, I'm opposed to this project.
All right.
Thanks
Thank you
a
very
lot.
much. Appreciate it. Robert Franzen? Okay, thank you. Have I missed anybody? Nope. Okay, that being said, if the applicant would like to rebuttal? Come up and answer any, or have any questions that the audience may have asked.
Do you have those written down, or do you want me to go from my list?
You can go from your list if you'd like.
There were several people that noted and asked about the traffic study. That wasn't required at this stage, and I would defer to Patrick, but this would have to come back to you guys. And is that correct? No, it does not. Okay, I apologize for that. But the traffic study would be reviewed, and it would be scoped, not only by our consultants, but KYTC and the county. And then it would obviously have to be approved by the county, so we would be required to meet the traffic study.
Does Fisher generally do those on a stage 2, or do you generally do those on stage 1?
Do you want
Patrick, you can answer it.
with the process?
Sure. Just so you know, there is no final development plan process or stage 2 for this development. It would go straight to permits. But the traffic study would be a requirement by KYTC. They've already stated it'll be required, before they reach those steps, but through the subdivision process as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Preliminary plat.
And then also, stormwater study would be similar, approved by PDS and whatnot. And I think that was my last.
Ingress and egress was a question regarding the bend in the road, which
Yes.
you have to meet some site requirements, do you not?
We would be required to meet site requirements, both horizontal and vertical. We've studied that. We believe that that area will work. And I can defer to Mr. Stegman, and he can speak more to that. But we would be required to meet those, and I'm sure that would definitely come up as part of our traffic study, too.
Okay. And also to the time of the total build-out,
Oh, that's a great question. Thank you for bringing that up. I think we're looking at, with this one, I believe it was 6 years.
all
Is
right.
that
Thank you, Mr.
Yes, anybody? Oh, the parking, yes. This is all single-family residence, so your traditional driveway and garage. There is parking shown in our gallery, in our condominium area, across the street from the building, similar to what we have at Tuscany and Cityview.
Thank you, Ms. Webb.
Thank you.
Mr. Stegman, did you want to?
Yeah, just to reiterate, the traffic study is in the works. The counts are being obtained. The scoping will be with the highway department and with the city. And all improvements can be on our side. Site distance has been evaluated internally, but those will have to go through those same agencies as well to prove the site distance. And if there's a issue, then we have to modify and make it work or find a different spot to make that connection.
And any thoughts on the state road, the state coming through there to do some corrections, and has that been abandoned, or?
My understanding, there was a study at one point, but it's not in their 20-year plan.
Okay.
Oh, you got.
I got it. Sorry. Steve Donner, PDS. I talked with Lindsay Briefeld with KYTC District 6. She had no comments, had nothing to say that they're coming through that area.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. All right. That being said, recess the, correspondence. Let's add those in rather quickly. And Ms. Bushelman, that last packet is all going to be Exhibit A? Is that how that would work?
Yes.
Okay.
For this, yes.
Okay. We have from Greg Hotham, unable to attend. He would like to submit an objection to the planning community of 450 residents. The planning commission has discussed Tuscany. He's got an interest in the accessibility. And that's pretty much that. That'll be Exhibit B. Mike McIsaac says that he's read that Fisher Homes is requesting rezoning of 73 acres. While I have no issues with the request, I do have some lack of access. Again, he's talking about the access point, safety, also the advent of the new KCSD building. There will be an additional traffic bottleneck only at the only access point. And Heather Mattson, I think you spoke, so we'll just. All right, I think that's it for. We will recess the public hearing, discussion amongst commissioners. Any discussion? Any thoughts? Mr. Sketch, nothing?
I guess I got a question, probably for Patrick, I guess, the way he explained it at the beginning. A process question.
Okay, we'll get to that one.
Yeah, so when we get there.
No other questions? Reconvene the public hearing. Any clarifications? Patrick, would you like to speak to that?
Just explain the process again on approval or not approval and how it has to go back through the city and somebody making an application.
Sure, yeah. So Covington has the alternative map amendment process, which is what we call the 21-day rule. So the Planning Commission's recommendation would become final after 21 days unless someone files a form requesting City Council to have the final action. And it only takes one. It takes one form submitted within that 21 days, and it goes through, in quotes, the normal process with the City Commission for final action.
Thank you.
And the city can also make that objection.
Yes.
So depending on what happens here tonight on the vote, anybody can go and fill out a form that would throw it, instead of whatever we decide, Andy's holding that form up, whatever we decide goes to the city, but if within 21 days they take no action, whatever we decided is the law. And if you disagree with us, you can fill out that, and then it goes to the city, and they have to have a whole hearing at the city for the entire application. Close the public hearing, and I'll entertain a motion. We have nobody from Covington here tonight, I don't believe. So, anybody would like to make a motion one way or the other? Somebody? Boy. Mr. Bridges making a motion.
Respect to file number PC 250016MA, comes to map amendment, zone from.
Talking to your mic, Mr. Bridges.
From SR to SU. Based on the comments today and the staff recommendation, I would move to disapprove the amendment based on what we've heard here tonight and staff recommendation.
And as far as, he needs one of the recommendations from the state?
Did Mr. Bridges say disapprove?
Disapproval. Does he need a recommendation from one of the criteria? No.
He said it
Just-
doesn't meet any
okay.
criteria.
All right, we have a second?
Second.
Armbruster.
Who's the second, please?
Mr. Armbruster. Call the roll, please, Mr. Smith.
Commissioner Bridges?
Yes.
Commissioner Armbruster?
Yes.
Commissioner Baumgartner?
Yes.
Commissioner Bethel?
Yes.
Commissioner Dover recused. Commissioner Heydrich?
Yes.
Commissioner Herman?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
Commissioner Ryan?
Yes.
Commissioner Sketch?
No.
Commissioner Snyder?
Yes.
Commissioner Vaughn?
Yes.
The motion is approved.
Motion is approved, which we denied we disapproved the application. As the planning commission, we're a recommending body. It goes back to the city. If nothing's done, they have 21 days. It becomes, our recommendation stands. If anybody wants to disagree with that, they can fill out the application. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Appreciate it.
Surgery. So, no, I tore a tendon on the outside of my ankle. So, yeah, it's a pain. No, I just woke up one day. It was one of those, not literally, but it was just one of like, oh, it's starting to hurt. You know, it wasn't like debilitating. It just hurt, you know, and like all last summer that was just like, giving me steroids and whatever. And then finally an MRI.
Hey folks, if you're leaving now from after this last matter, if you could exit, please. We got some other business to wrap up. Appreciate it. All right, the next item is file number PC-25-0012-TX. Hey guys, can you please exit? Go. All right, it's PC-25-0012-TX, Kenton County Planning Commission countywide text amendment. The applicant is the Kenton County Planning Commission per Brian Dunham, Chair. The request is a proposed text amendments to the Bromley, Covington, Crescent Springs, Crestview Hills, Edgewood, Ellesmere, Erlanger, Fairview, Fort Mitchell, Fort Wright, Independence, Kenton Vale, Lakeside Park, Ludlow, Park Hills, Ryland Heights, Taylor Mill, Villa Hills, and Kenton County zoning ordinances. 1, amending the definition of qualified manufactured homes. 2, amending the definition of single-family detached dwelling to include qualified manufactured homes. 3, removing qualified manufactured homes as a separate use. 4, removing use-specific standards for qualified manufactured homes. And 5, making any other necessary revisions for compliance with Kentucky House Bill 160. Mr. Vidakovich.
All right, thank you. For the record, my name is Andy Vidakovich with staff. As the chair read, this is a text amendment to all Kenton County jurisdictions to update zoning ordinances based on some changes that were adopted in the last legislative session. So just as a recap of what was adopted, House Bill 160 basically stated, I'll summarize it as much as I can, basically stated that a city can or a jurisdiction can't enforce or have any regulations that would treat a qualified manufactured home any differently than a single-family home. Just to be clear, a qualified manufactured home is not the same thing as a mobile home or even a manufactured home. A qualified manufactured home is a stick-built home. It's just assembled off-site and sectioned, and then it's brought in and placed on a lot. It still has to be placed on a permanent foundation to meet all of the other building code requirements for a single-family home. So, like I said, because of the changes to the state law, there are several updates that are required in order to bring all of the zoning ordinances into compliance. The first, I'll go through them. They kind of fall into 4 general buckets, but updating the definition of a detached single-family dwelling to include qualified manufactured homes, and then updating the qualified manufactured home definition to match the changes that were proposed by the new legislation. Also removing qualified manufactured homes as separate uses because they're going to now be defined as a detached single-family home. There's no need to have them listed as a separate permitted use. And then also to remove the separate compatibility standards and application standards for qualified manufactured homes. Again, they have to be treated just the same as any other single-family home in terms of compatibility and application standards. So just some additional information. Again, those were kind of 4 buckets, but as you know, all zoning ordinances in Kenton County, we've got 20 different jurisdictions. Some are already complying with this to varying degrees or not. So not all of those changes are going to apply to every community, but we do have copies, hard copies here, if anybody wants to inspect an individual jurisdiction, what those changes would mean for them. And we've also had copies online as well for anybody to inspect if they were interested. State statutes state the allowable content that zoning regulations, that jurisdictions can include in zoning regulations, and we're giving this a favorable recommendation. It's obviously necessary to be compliant with the new KRS 100-348, which is the section that was changed by House Bill 160. So I'll be happy to answer your questions.
Any questions for Mr. Vidakovich?
Just one, is unincorporated Kenton County in this?
Yes, they are too. So if I said cities, I meant to include.
Well, they're not listed on the, I didn't know, it wasn't listed on the heading.
It was in Kenton County zoning.
Oh, I thought it said in Kenton County zoning.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Yeah, Mr. Bridges.
Does each individual jurisdiction now have to, I mean, we're recommending body, so does each one of them have to formally pass it?
Yes, they do. So it still requires 20 separate actions by each one of those jurisdictions. However, you as a planning commission don't have to hear 20 separate text amendment applications. And that was kind of the reason why the planning commission stepped up to do this, was because it was just going to affect every jurisdiction.
Is anybody going to police this and get after them to do it? And check
Yeah,
on
I
them?
mean, certainly staff is going to follow up with them, but also within the actual House bill, what they passed, any regulation that doesn't comply with that House bill by July 1st is unenforceable. So, you know, I suppose they don't have to take action, but after July 1st, 2026, you know, it's going to be in effect anyway. So this will just avoid kind of the administrative
So
confusion.
somebody's going to follow up with them?
Yeah.
I know some of these little cities probably won't understand
Well,
what's
we
going
absolutely
on.
will.
Any other, good point. Any other questions? All right, thanks, Mr. Vidakovich. Let's see, do we have anyone here? Yes, we have one person signed up, Ben Bach.
Just so I'm never always negative, I think this is good. Thanks.
All right, good. Good. All right, got the trifecta. The hat trick. All right, let's see. That's all we have signed up to speak. We'll recess the public hearing for discussion among commissioners. Anything? All right, we'll return to public hearing. Any clarifications needed? Now we'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
I'd
on
like
this.
to make a motion
Okay.
with reference to file number PC 25-0012-TX with regards to proposed text amendments to all jurisdictions within Kenton County and including Kenton County.
You need to read them
Amending
all
the
off.
definition of qualified manufactured homes, amending the definition of single-family detached dwellings to include qualified manufactured homes, removing qualified manufactured home as separate use, and removing use-specific standards for qualified manufactured home, and making any other reasonable revisions for compliance with Kentucky House Bill 160, based on the facts and consideration contained in the staff's report, and based on the testimony today of the staff and our one witness at the public hearing, and further finding that the proposed text amendment to be reasonable stipulation. I move for approval.
All right, do we have a second? Second. Second by Commissioner Armbruster. The first was by Commissioner Vaughn. Mr. Smith, would you call the roll?
Commissioner Vaughn?
Yes.
Commissioner Armbruster?
Yes.
Commissioner Baumgartner?
Yes.
Commissioner Bethel?
Yes.
Commissioner Bridges?
Yes.
Commissioner Dunham?
Yes.
Commissioner Heydrich?
Yes.
Commissioner Herman?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
Commissioner Ryan?
Yes.
Commissioner Sketch?
Yes.
Commissioner Snyder?
Yes.
And the motion is approved.
All right, terrific. Unanimous. Great, thank you. All right, thanks for your help on that. Let's see, that's the last of those hearings. We have reports from committees, executive. We do have a meeting coming up. Has that been picked yet, Pamela, the date?
For
Executive.
the executive committee, I believe it is one, can you give me a second to look that up?
That's, yeah, we've got one coming up to talk about the draft of the audit, which I think we'll be bringing before you in January's meeting. And while I've got the floor, I wanted to, because we had so many folks here and the delay in the start, I didn't get to do something that I want to do is, tonight is Commissioner Bethel's last meeting here, and he's served on the Planning Commission for 10 years. He's done a great job. He's always been very thoughtful. And 11? This is 2015 to 25.
15, 16, 17.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, 11 years. I don't want to cheat you out of your extra year. Yes, I'm sorry. Not a math wizard. Anyway, he also chaired the implementation committee for many years and did a great job leading that process. And we're going to miss you. We wish you the best. Don't be a stranger. And I wanted to give this to you. Thanks.
I have some prepared remarks. Quite frankly, this has been one of the greatest honors of my life to serve on this commission. The people that I have encountered on this commission, to a person, everyone has, we don't always disagree, but everyone has had the best interest of the people of Kenton County in their heart. And I'm just overwhelmed at the quality of people that we have on this commission and have had through the years. So I thank you all. Kenton County is in very good hands. So,
thank you very much. All right, Direction 2030 implementation, I don't know, nothing on that. Subdivision review, don't think we have anything on that. Z21, Commissioner Bridges.
We did not meet, but last time I forgot to mention that Edgewood had come through and been approved.
Oh, good.
But we don't have, I haven't seen them come through here yet.
Okay. Reports from commission members. Report from legal counsel.
Nothing to report.
Reports, announcements from staff.
Just one, so you may have seen her helping us out. I'd like to introduce Kayla Barber. She is our new planner on staff, so this is her first planning commission meeting. She graduated from Berea College and then got her master's degree in community planning from the University of Cincinnati. And since graduating, she's been doing her own consulting firm. And then she came on board with us just recently because Megan, as you know, left us for the community development position. So just want to welcome Kayla. You'll be seeing her at future meetings, and certainly appreciate all of her help tonight, running back and forth and corralling everybody and just jumping in wherever she can.
Well, welcome aboard, and it usually runs a lot smoother. This is unbelievable, but we're happy to have you.
How are you at IT? Can you? Thank God.
Well, good. Well, thanks. Okay.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
That meeting will be next Wednesday from 3 to 4.
Okay, next Wednesday from 3 to 4 is our executive committee meeting to talk about the draft audit. Let's see, general correspondence, our Boone County Plan 2045, the countywide comprehensive plan update. And I know they've extended the comment period until I think Monday, or at the end of until Monday. So they're doing good work over there. Let's see, new business, annual OKI representative appointment. Commissioner Bridges has done it over the last several years with Vice Chairman Darple. You know, he served as chair forever and a great wealth of knowledge. He is interested in serving in that role, and so we need to take action tonight to make an appointment on that.
I move to make that appointment.
Second.
Okay, all right, any discussion? All right, Mr. Smith, would you call the roll? It's first by Commissioner Vaughn, second by Commissioner Sketch.
Commissioner Vaughn?
Yes.
Commissioner Sketch?
Yes.
Commissioner Snyder?
Yes.
Commissioner Armbruster?
Yes.
Commissioner Baumgartner? Commissioner Bethel?
Yes.
Commissioner Bridges?
Yes.
Commissioner Dunham?
Yes.
Commissioner Hyder?
Yes.
Commissioner Herman?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
Commissioner Ryan?
Yes.
And it's approved.
All right, and thank you, Commissioner Bridges, for your service on that committee. Let's see, then we have the review and adoption of the 2026 meeting calendar.
Yeah, hopefully you can pull these up on your Chromebook, maybe to get a better view of it, but, so up on the screen are the proposed meeting dates for actually the next year and a half. There are a couple dates we need to discuss. We've already moved the January meeting, obviously, that's already been taken action on. There is a deadline that falls on a day that we're closed, the December 31st deadline that you'll see. It's the second one down on the right. And then we have to talk about the meeting date for the July meeting. So July 2nd is the Thursday. July 3rd, obviously you understand, like, that's a Friday, a lot of people are off, so maybe that's something to consider. And then if that date gets moved, then we'll update the deadlines accordingly.
Yeah, Commissioner Vaughn.
January 6th is a Tuesday.
Yes.
On our calendar notes, it just says Thursday on our agenda.
Oh, okay.
I just want to make sure nobody gets confused.
Yes, okay.
That was a typo,
We
but
moved
thank
it
you.
to Tuesday was my memory, but
Yes.
just a simple typo. I just want to make sure we were.
When it says 2025 too.
I'm sorry.
It says 2025.
Oh,
I'm
it
sorry.
does, you're right. I only didn't catch that part, so.
Oh, man, okay, well, thank you.
Then it says February 5 is
I'm
Tuesday.
on the right day.
Upside down tonight.
It was
That's
a
just
sunny
par for the
day.
course
Yeah.
tonight, so.
So,
Well, then
can
it
we
says
go ahead and
February
change?
5 is Tuesday on here.
Does it really?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're backwards, I think.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
It probably got rearranged when the IT went out, so it's not your problem.
We need to approve this. Can we go ahead and maybe move the July 2nd a week forward to the 9th? Or
Do you want to do it on the following Tuesday or the next Thursday? I guess that's the, it doesn't matter, I guess.
Well, the Tuesday, so that would be
That's our bylaws.
7th.
That allows me to make one.
That's the alternate.
Season.
Okay, 7th.
So following Tuesday?
Right,
Okay.
So that'd be 7th, and then the November
Galen, would you say
meeting,
bylaws? Galen,
Tuesday.
did you say bylaws?
and then
Isn't it our thing?
No, we don't have,
That an
oh,
alternate,
oh,
that
oh,
there's an
yeah, alternate date,
meeting
yeah.
is
it's the alternate week.
Tuesday.
Yeah. And then, on the November meeting, I have a standing, shareholder meeting for a client that always is a conflict. I don't know if anyone, I can always have, the vice chair cover, but if anyone had any issues moving the November meeting, does that throw things off? All right, I'll just get somebody covered. Okay, all right, so can we approve that calendar?
So moved.
All right.
Second.
First by Commissioner Sketch, second by Commissioner Ryan. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. And that, public comments?
I have something.
Mara?
I'm not public, but.
No, you're
I was gonna go
commissioner.
to new business, but you didn't say anything else. Pam doesn't have the election announcement on there. We sent the email, so we had to, I guess, say about the elections coming up, or chair, vice chair.
Yeah, that'll be on
Because we have to
the
do them
January
January.
agenda.
Well, we have to, don't we vote on them in January?
Yes.
Yeah, we vote on them in January, so I usually tell everybody.
Oh, okay.
It's no big
Yeah.
deal.
We really are upside down today, aren't we?
So, anyhow, so if you want me to chair, that's fine, but
Yeah.
everybody just needs to be aware that I'll be calling,
Okay,
or Phil will,
okay. Gotcha. All right.
who never does.
I do a few.
I've never gotten a call.
I called Greg and
I
said,
get a
hey,
call.
Greg, you called somebody.
All right, and now public comments. Thanks, Commissioner Steele. All right, none. Is there a motion? to
I'll make a
adjourn?
motion to adjourn.
Second. All in favor?
I jumped on that one.